I call to order the Roseville Town Board regular meeting, May 2nd, 2023. If you would, all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, and we're going to have invocation at that time also. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Sheila, would you lead us in prayer?
We could bow our heads and remain standing, if you would, for the invocation. Sorry. Most gracious Father, we thank you, first of all, for this day, for life, for breath in our bodies, God, and for health in our homes, within our families. We ask that you give us wisdom as we make decisions for our community tonight, and let us make those decisions in the best way that we can. We ask that you watch over every citizen of Roseville that's represented here and those that are not. And we just thank you for all that you're doing in each of our lives. And we give you praise. And I pray in your son, Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Appreciate that, Commissioner. All right, we've got a full house tonight, so welcome everyone. Looks like it's almost standing room only back there, so very good. We do have a agenda, a pretty good agenda tonight, pretty long. So I would like to have a reviewed agenda by the board. Any additional changes or movement anybody we want to request?
So I just want to confirm that we can come back to number 4 at another time, at another meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. All right.
Number 4.
Any changes? And if not, I entertain a motion. No change.
But when did she say number 4? Which
She's talking about that consistency
Consent agenda.
statement.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Changes for consent.
No change?
So
All
move. I make a motion that we accept the consent agenda as is.
All right, I hear a motion. Is there a second? Second. Motion second. Is there any other discussion? Not all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you, board. Appreciate that. All right, I do have a couple proclamations I want to do. So let me do those at this time. Let's see which one I'm going to start. I'm going to start with the National Foster Care Month. Whereas the youth of Wake County are one of the most precious resources and hope for the future, and all children in the community deserve a safe, loving, and nurturing place to call home, and whereas there is more than 11,000 youth in foster care system in North Carolina and 493 youth in Wake County care. And whereas the primary goal of foster care is to provide a safe and stable homes through the compassion and the maturing of foster families on kinship or kinship families, and whereas foster families and kinship families open their hearts and homes to youth who have experienced a crisis in their life, in their home life, these families play a vital role in helping children and families heal and unify, where helping children launch into successful adulthood. Whereas a dedicated foster and kinship families sometimes adopt foster children in their care, resulting in a greater need for more foster parents and families. Whereas through the support of partnerships of numerous individuals, communities, and organizations, there's a collaborative effort to raise the public awareness around the need of youth in foster care currently and those existing foster care, and enduring and valuable contributions made by foster care and kinship families. And whereas the National Foster Care Month is a time to recognize the foster parents, child welfare professionals, and advocates working to ensure the children's safety, well-being, and perseverance, and spread awareness on behalf of 100 of youth in the foster care in Wake County. And whereas the Town of Roseville Board of Commissioners encourages individuals and families to volunteer their time, energies, and talents to recognize the children currently in foster care, as well as their biological families, kinships, caregivers, and foster parents during this month and throughout the year. Therefore, I, Ronnie Kern, Mayor, do hereby proclaim May 2023 as Foster Care Month. So, thank you. Was anybody here representing the foster care? Yeah, y'all want to say anything? Come up if you don't mind. I appreciate y'all coming out.
Well, thank you so much, and I appreciate the proclamation and helping to raise awareness about foster care. I have Asia and Cassandra with me here, and I'll just say real quick that there is a tremendous need. It seems counterintuitive often when unfortunately we have to remove children from the home. It's all they know. That's the only home they've ever known, so it's a traumatic experience, even if it wasn't a great home life for them. And when we can't place them locally with a foster parent, and they're also ripped away from their community, their friends, their school, their whole world, basically, it's just a very, very traumatic for who are really young children. So thank you so much for helping to raise awareness of this. In Asia, I'm going to turn it over to you. She's our real expert.
Yes, thank you. Ross is the director of our Northern Regional Center here for Wake County Health and Human Services. I want to say thank you to the Board of Commissioners for having us tonight. My name is Asia Robinson. I am a recruitment social worker for Wake County Health and Human Services, and along with Cassandra Burton. And Ross kind of gave an overview, but we do have a need for foster parents, and there are lots of ways that the community can also get involved. We have a website, wake.gov/foster. We have lots of ways that you can get involved. And we also have about 6 children that are going to be sleeping in our building tonight because of the lack of placement resources. So that's kind of what happens when we don't have anywhere for the children to go. And we all know that an office building is not the place to raise a child. So thank you guys for your time. I do have some small informative gift bags for the Board of Commissioners, and thank you guys so much.
Okay. And you just drop them off at Robin there if you would. Anybody else you want to say anything? Do you need a signed proclamation? Sure. Okay, I'll give you this one, and then Robin, we will do another one. So thank you.
I
Thank
would
you.
say that I was actually a foster care parent, my husband and I. That is tough. Coming and going.
All right. Thank you for coming out. It's a good cause, sure enough. When we do, I know a couple families here that has adopted, not only foster care, but have adopted, their kids, so. Very good. Okay. Next proclamation is recognizing National Small Businesses Week of 2023. Whereas from the storefront shops that anchor Main Street to the high-tech startups that keep America in cutting edge, small businesses are the backbone of our economy and the cornerstone of our nation's promise. And whereas when we support all small businesses, jobs are created, a local communities preserve their unique culture. And whereas because of the country's 33 million small businesses created nearly 2 out of 3 net new jobs in the economy, we cannot resolve ourselves to create these jobs and spur economic growth in America without discussing ways to support our small businesses. And whereas the President of the United States has proclaimed National Small Business Week every year since 1963 to highlight the programs and services available to small businesses through Small Business Administration and other government agencies. And whereas Roseville supports and joins the national and regional support, along with Wake County and other communities in the Triangle region, to help American small businesses do what they do best: grow their business, create jobs, ensure that the communities remain as vibrant tomorrow as they are today. Therefore, I, Ronnie Kern, Mayor of the Town of Roseville, do hereby proclaim April 30th through May 6th, 2023 as Small Business Week, and encourage our citizens to shop small and support the local small businesses here in Roseville. And, as I look around, I see some small business owners, here tonight. And I think I see the chamber president back there. So we certainly do support our small businesses in town. You guys, sometimes I describe the small business as the lifeblood of town. So you guys, you are important. So thank you. Thank you for coming out tonight. Appreciate that. Okay. And we will move on to the next business, which is the consent agenda. There's 5 items on the consent agenda. Most of these we have covered in workshops and other venues. So what is the pleasure of the board on the consent agenda?
Second.
Okay, got a motion, a second. Any other discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you for approving that, board. And now we'll do our liaison reports. How about starting with Commissioner Paul Bilga? Anything on Parks and Recreation Advisory Board?
Yeah, we had a meeting on the 26th. We reviewed the Pierce Farm Greenways, Parkland, and Open Space. Also reviewed Parker Ridge for possible greenway, bike lane revisions. Had a discussion about the future of the Open Space and Greenway Subcommittee, and they're going to make a decision on that probably next meeting. And also received information regarding staff changes, including the Parks and Rec Director, J.G. Ferguson. We just want to thank him for his dedication to our town for 15 years and wish him the best in his future endeavors.
Thank you, Paul.
Yep.
Appreciate that. Commissioner Sutton, Economic Development, anything to report?
Couple things. One, I want to tag on to what the mayor shared about the Small Business Week. In the Carolinas, which includes North Carolina and South Carolina, celebrate the flavors of African American, African, and Caribbean cuisine for the 3rd annual Carolinas Black Restaurant Week. Black Restaurant Week is showcasing Black-owned restaurants and culinary businesses across the Carolinas. And these include Charlotte, North Carolina, Greensboro, of course, Raleigh-Durham, Charleston, South Carolina, Columbia, South Carolina, and a few more. And that lasts through May 7th. So there's still time to visit some of these restaurants, and likely they are small businesses, so you can go and show your support and have a great meal. And you can just Google it for more information. The other thing I wanted to highlight, and I'm sure the Chamber Director will share some of this, I had the opportunity to attend the Roseville Chamber's annual meeting last Thursday evening, an award ceremony. It was lots of fun. It was a 50s theme, lots of poodle skirts. That was fun. And there were a lot of great award recipients, but I want to specifically highlight the Community Leader of the Year award, because that went to Fire Chief Donnie Lawrence. Obviously, his business is our entire community of Roseville. And I thought that award was well-deserved because, as many of you know, we lost our fire chief last year. So that was well-deserved. I got a tear in my eye seeing that, so that was a great recognition for him. So just wanted to share that. The other thing I just want to highlight is that the board is going to be doing some field trips coming up later this month, or possibly in June, to just go see some developments around the area, just get out of our bubble and go visit some different areas to see how other communities are developing. And that's my update.
Thank you.
You're
Good
welcome.
report. Appreciate that. Commissioner Medley, Planning Board, anything?
We met last Monday with the planning board. There was a request for a rezoning for some property on Roseville Road. The planning board approved that, so that should be coming forward to us soon. And basically, I just want to talk about a trip that three of the commissioners went on. The elected officials went to Concord to, you gain more information, more insight with the sessions that they provide. And the one thing I would like to recommend to our town staff is maybe the town manager, who else? HR, who else did we say on that? Yes, the town clerk, because a lot of the sessions, this was the first time I've seen it done this way, a lot of the sessions were geared towards information that would have benefited you all being there as well. They talked about grants, they talked about employee retention. There was just a lot of information that I felt that you all would have benefited from. For us, there were sessions that we all separately took classes so we could sit back later and talk about it, and those were pretty interesting as well. So all in all, we missed you there this year. Hopefully we'll see you next time. Overall, it was a good experience, especially the tours that we took in Concord, seeing what they did with something old and turned it into something really new. And the popcorn was good too, but that's another story. So yeah, basically, I just wanted to say that it was well worth the time and effort for us to go down there and be a part of that event. So that's all I have.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Need, Public Safety,
All
anything to
right.
report?
Two of my things have already been touched on. The first one was the Community Leader Award that was awarded to Donnie Lawrence by the Chamber. Thank you, Sheila, for mentioning that. Well-deserved award for him. And the second one was Concord that Michelle Commissioner Medley just spoke about. It was a very good conference. I learned a lot, and I have a lot of information that I brought back to share with the town staff in an effort to hopefully expand our knowledge on some things that I don't know if they're aware of, which they may be aware of because they're in it every day, but if not, hopefully some more information to bring to the table. And the final thing is, on June 3rd, from 12 to 3, is the fire department's 65th anniversary to the day. So they are having a community event at the fire department, and everyone is welcome. So mark your calendars, and I just want to make you aware of that. And it is from 12 to 3.
Thank you. Good report. And Commissioner Austin, Veterans.
Yes, sir. May 2nd, 2023 Veterans Report read as follows. Memorial Day is just 27 days away. Most of you know about the Memorial Mile. The town of Roseville wants to remember the people who gave the ultimate sacrifice by walking along the Greenway on Trail Alpha in the Main Street Park on Memorial Day. For those of you that requested a sign for your beloved service member, you will see their name listed on the Memorial Mile shirts and a sign placed along Trail Alpha. I hope that you purchase your shirts because the deadline was April 30th. The link for this event can be found on the town's website as well as the Roseville News Blast. Roseville High School Assistant Principal Garland has agreed to take the lead to make the Navy Junior ROTC program a reality. Due to conflicting schedules, we were able to meet in April, but plan to meet at a later date this month. For Memorial Day, the Rotary Club will be setting out United States flags in the yards of the respective donors with the assistance of some of the members from the Roseville High School football team. Coach Rackley is a huge supporter of community service. I would like to thank the Wake County Chapter 1 Disabled American Veterans, formerly known as Woodrow Wilson Chapter 1 DAV, for sponsoring the PAC Act Town Hall event held at Arise Co-working Community. Special thanks to Mark Medley for everything that was in order for this event to be a success. The information about the PAC Act was provided by the Winston-Salem Veterans Benefit Administration. The event was an overall success. Veterans were able to get all of their questions answered related to Agent Orange, exposure to burn pits, and other toxic substances. The veterans also learned about Medicare and how it plans to work with alongside TRICARE for Life, CHAMP VA, and various other benefits. And that will conclude my report.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate that. Good job. A lot of stuff going on, as you can see from the commissioners. A lot of hard work is going on here, so thank you. Couple of reports from staff, so we'll start. Financial, Amy Stevens. We are ready for your report.
All right. Well, good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. You'll be seeing me more later, so I'm going to keep this part brief. Two of the things that we spend a lot of time on in the Finance Department are assisting with the development of the annual budget and producing the annual financial statements. Fortunately, those things don't happen at the same time. We tend to cycle back and forth, preparing the budget, then moving into financial statements, hitting that cycle again. So as we are coming towards the end of our budget cycle, what we're looking at right now in the Finance Department is beginning our preparations to create the next set of financial statements. With that, what you will see on your agenda next, in 2 meetings from now, in early June, is the annual audit contract. So that will be coming up in a future agenda. We continue to see some of the challenges with governmental accounting, and so the pricing for that has gone up as it has the last few years. We are very fortunate to have a firm that is still available to us and has provided some excellent services to the town, so we'll be bringing that to you at the next meeting. Quite frankly, most of my time lately seems like has been spent more with information technology than with the budget. So just wanted to hit a couple of highlights here. On the communication side, we do have a new phone system at Town Hall, and this week, in fact, we are taking a refreshed look at our cellular services that the town uses. Looking at the pricing, looking at the benefits, and making sure that we meet the needs. Police Department is a major user of those services, and so they are definitely at the table, and we'll be looking at those and testing those out. File storage, we're in the process of transitioning from a lot of locally held files to moving things into the cloud. All of that is in preparation for hardware replacement. It is time to replace the server here at Town Hall, past time, quite frankly. So we're working on that, as well as, you'll be happy to know, AV upgrades. If you notice, you have a bracket on the wall there, an outlet. So we are making progress. Hopefully in the next month, we'll have new monitors up. I know the audience will appreciate that with the lovely pink tinting we have on this one. So hopefully it'll make things better for everybody. And then finally, we continue to maintain security with the town's IT services. As you know, we have quarterly phishing training for all employees. They're very short, 10, 15-minute little training sessions, but very helpful in keeping that in front of everyone, as well as ongoing phishing testing. So this company actually tries to phish employees to see if they will click, and with the intent of training them to be more cognizant of what they do and helping protect the town systems. So that was it, and I'll be back up in a little bit with some more.
Thank you, Amy. Appreciate that. And Human Resources, Lisa Austin, come on up. You have a report tonight?
I do. Good evening, Commissioners, Mayor.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Since my last update, Human Resources has been doing basically a lot of busy work. We have not had any major projects, but the projects that we have been working on, they're very important, they are overdue, and they are very, very time consuming, and we'll talk about those a little bit later. Tonight, I'm going to be focusing on staffing, some statistics, what we have ongoing and what we have coming up. As far as staffing, we have one new hire, and that's for program coordinator in the Parks and Recreation Department. Our current vacancies, we have 3 vacant police officer positions, and as Commissioner Vilga mentioned, Parks and Recreation Director. Part-time, facility supervisor and recreation assistant, both of those are in Parks and Recreation. I mentioned the new hire. He is David Eichel, and he's a graduate of NC State with a degree in sports management. He's a certified personal trainer with certificates in weight loss and nutrition. And when I talked to him, I asked him what attracted him to the town of Roseville, and he said the growth and the opportunities that growth represents. And one fun fact about David, although he graduated from NC State, he is a Tar Heel fan. Yay, David. Now that you all are so enthused by those Tar Heels, we're going to dive into some statistics. We have not had any retirements, thankfully. We had 3 separations, 1 in the police department, 2 in Parks and Recreation, and that equals a turnover rate of about 7%. I do want to focus on that 7% a little bit, even though it's well below that 18% threshold that you all have heard me speak about previously. 2 of the separations were in Parks and Recreation, and as you know, they are a very, very small department. So with those 2 separations and the leaving of the individual who was in the permanent part-time position in Parks and Recreation back in October, that gives that particular department a turnover rate of 45%. That's well above 18%. There is one other piece of information that I didn't cover previously. Allison Feldman, who was the program coordinator responsible for cultural programming. She was hired in September. She had a baby in December, and she has decided that she wants to stay home with her baby. She has agreed to stay on with us part-time until I think the first week of June. I didn't list her vacancy because once she submitted her letter of resignation, we contacted the person who came in second when Allison got the job, and that person was still interested. So that saved a lot of time, a lot of effort, and money with regards to advertising. So that person is supposed to start June 13th, I believe. And we're very excited about that. But if I were to include Allison's vacancy, that would take the turnover rate in Parks and Recreation to 63%. And that's something that gives me pause, and it motivates me to focus on those 93% of employees who have decided to stay with the town of Roseville. And in focusing on them, we want to look at two key areas, and those areas are employee engagement and employee development. We're going to rely very, very heavily on our staff development team for that. Our staff development team is an employee group. It's made up of a representative from each department, and we meet and just brainstorm. We're not like the average staff development team. We have created an environment where we encourage employees to, one, recognize that they do have a voice, two, feel safe enough to use that voice, and three, think outside the box, be creative. A lot of times we just sit around the table and we brainstorm. Even if something sounds far-fetched and unattainable, we talk about it anyway because there might be a nugget, something in there that we can build on. So we try to encourage that, and I think if employees are engaged and if they are well-developed, meaning well-trained, I think that'll go a long way in employee retention. In fact, my motto has always been, train employees well enough that they can leave, but you treat them well enough that they won't want to leave. So that's something that we're focusing on very, very heavily. What's new? I spoke about employee development, and that leads into this next slide where we're going to talk a little bit about performance evaluations. Currently, our evaluations are completed by hand. Everybody dreads them. They're very tedious, but we are looking to automate that process. Right now, we have a workplace software that we use. It's called NeoGov, and we use that to post our vacancies. It also collects our applications and allows us to manage the applications that we receive. Well, NeoGov also has a module called NeoGov Perform, and that allows us to automate the performance evaluation process. And the HR staff, we're currently in training for NeoGov Perform because we hope to implement the automated process as of July 1st. And it's very, very interesting to say the least. On the front end, it's going to require a lot of work, but I think in the long run, it's going to be beneficial with regards to keeping us more efficient and more timely with our performance evaluations, because I strongly believe that performance evaluations are the springboard to greater career success for employees.
Lisa, I'm sorry, did you say that, is that part of something we already have? Or is
Yes.
that a new, okay,
It's part of something that we already have. It's just a new module that they offer,
okay,
and we did not have that previously.
okay.
Some of the things that we have ongoing, we're going to be looking at employee engagement, safety, DEI, and wellness. I'm not going to focus a whole lot on DEI and wellness tonight because we're going to focus more on employee engagement and employee safety. That's not to say that we're not going to do anything in the area of DEI and wellness, because we are, but we're just going to make more of a concerted effort in the areas of employee engagement and safety. Employee engagement, because of the turnover. I think that's something that we need to look at on a consistent basis, but just in this past quarter, being that we have had the turnover that we've had, I want to focus more on employee engagement. And that's made up of two areas: employee appreciation and team building. We do have an employee recognition program, but we have ramped that up a little bit. And I don't know if you guys had a chance to look at the quarterly employee newsletter. But this past quarter was the very, very first quarter that we implemented Roseville's Most Wanted. And Kelly so graciously was the arresting officer. He arrested Michael Elabarger, who is our senior planner in the planning department, and issued him an arrest warrant for all the wonderful things that he has done for the planning department and for the organization overall. And I think that was a very, very fun experience for everybody. Kelly had his hat on and his badge, and it was a lot of fun. We're also going to be looking at more activities for staff when it comes to team building. Maybe have something like game day during lunch, where employees can come over and play games, get to know each other. And Kelly's favorite, a dunking booth, where employees get to dunk the director. But anything that's fun and engaging for staff, we're going to give it a try, at least.
How many years have you been asking for that?
Ever since I've been here, since week 1.
Keep us posted on the date.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're also focusing more on safety. The town currently has an emergency response plan, but that's geared more towards the community. The safety team we have come up with an emergency action plan, which is more geared towards employees. And that's important in case there is ever any type of emergency situation, such as a natural disaster like a hurricane, or even a bomb threat or active shooter, something like that, because employees need to know what to do in case something like that happens. And that emergency action plan details what you're supposed to do, where you're supposed to go, who you're supposed to contact whenever something like that comes up. And a part of that is also training. We have someone from OSHA coming on, I think, May 17th to talk to the safety team, just to make sure we're on the right track, since we are a new team, make sure we're on the right track with regards to our objectives and what our initial priorities need to be. But like I said, these two, employee engagement and safety, are paramount. Employee engagement, as I said, I want to keep the employees that we have, and safety, that's because I'm still traumatized by those surprise OSHA audits last year. So I want to make sure we have all of our I's dotted and T's crossed. And I always like to end my presentation by talking about the Foundation for Human Resources here in Roseville. Our vision statement, our mission statement, and our core values. Our vision statement is what we want to do. Our mission statement is what we are doing. And our core values represent how we do what we do. And I think all of these tie in together and are very, very important for a successful organization overall. And I am happy to entertain any questions that you may have.
That was good.
You're very thorough.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for focusing on employee engagement. That's important.
It is. It definitely is.
One question.
Yes.
How are the plans going, definitely with the 4 to 5% turnover in the Parks and Rec?
We are doing everything that we possibly can to get positions filled as quickly as possible. Not just putting a body in a position. We want to make sure that we have the most qualified candidate for the position. And in the process of doing that, we're going to look at diversity. Kelly and I had a meeting today about the position for the director over in Parks and Recreation. He has come up with a very, very methodical plan to get that position filled. And as far as keeping the other staff who are left remaining, we want to make sure that they don't get overwhelmed by anything. So everybody is stepping in and helping out. Kelly, the assistant town manager, everybody is stepping in to help where we can. But we want to make sure that we keep the folks we have, and we want to make sure that our reach is expansive enough to get a pool of qualified applicants for any vacancies that we have, not just for Parks and Recreation, but also for police or any other vacancies that we have.
That was going to be my next question, is how does it impact the sports that we have? But you said with everybody pitching in, that shouldn't be an issue.
Yes, everybody is going to pitch in.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Lisa, I do have just one question.
Okay.
Kind of tagging on what Commissioner Austin just asked. Where is the outreach? Do you just do an outreach in the Triangle area? Do you do North Carolina? Do you do national? What do you do as far as your search?
Kelly and I talked about that today. We're going to reach out to professional organizations within the region. We talked about posting it nationally on a Parks and Recreation site, so it's not just restricted to Roseville or North Carolina. And with NeoGov, once we post a vacancy, it comes up on something called governmentjobs.com, and that's national.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
Thank you, Lisa.
You're
Good work.
welcome.
Appreciate that.
Good job.
Thanks. Our next agenda item is public comments, and it looks like we have a few signed up. Yeah. Yeah, and if you are here to speak at the at one of the public hearings, whether it's the budget or one of the land use ones, that comes later. But if you're here just to speak to the board for a public comment, that's what we're taking right now. These do look like all public comments, maybe. So we'll start with Teresa Paul, the first one to sign up. If you would come up to the mic, state your name again and your address, and I'll say that we got a lot of people in the room tonight, so I'm going to be very strict with 3 minutes. So everybody speaking, please limit your comments to 3 minutes, please.
Okay. Hi, I'm Teresa Paul. My husband and I run the law firm across the street at 511 South Main Street, and I'm also a resident. I live in Rolesville. I am here tonight to talk about the special use permit that was granted to the owners of 515 South Main Street, which allowed that property that was previously zoned commercial to, for 3 years, put people in there as tenants living there as a residence. I'm going to refer to the application they filled out for the special use permit. It says that the proposed development and/or use will not substantially injure the value of adjoining property. And item 3 on that application states that the proposed development will be in harmony with the surrounding area. Our position is that it did not meet either one of those. The property at 515 is unfenced, and therefore toys and pets that are in the backyard, we had a tenant there for 12 days in April. It was very cluttered, and it did injure our businesses. We had comments from several clients. It's also not a consistent look with the properties that are at 511, 513, and 519 South Main Street, so it's not in harmony with the surrounding areas. Customers that visited our business were scared of the dogs that were barking and running across the yard because it's not fenced. At the very least, we feel like the backyard should be fenced. However, dogs in the backyard barking inside a fence would still cause harm to our businesses. If the special permit cannot be rolled back in its entirety, we feel like the tenants at 515 should have to be pet-free in order to not disrupt our businesses with barking dogs. The tenants that moved out on April 12th, I would like to point out they left a small cat behind that is now roaming around our properties and We'll likely have kittens running around soon. There were also children living there that were riding their toys in our parking lots, which is very dangerous for them, and also to our customers and clients that are visiting. A lawsuit because a child is injured or worse would substantially harm our businesses.
Thank you. Thank you, Teresa. Okay, next to speak, Molly, is it Mullen? Milligan. I thought I would botch that. Milligan.
All right, I'm Molly Milligan, 519 South Main Street, Greenway with Beer and Wine. My wife is Annette, who you often see probably. I'm going to just probably reiterate, try not to take all 3 minutes, but how many people here are dog owners? Raise hand, show hand. How many people are afraid of dogs? Really? Only 2 of us in here are afraid of dogs? Just imagine coming to a location and you get out of your vehicle, you have 2 small children, you brought your own dog too. And a dog next door that's not leashed, it's not maintained, comes running at you and charging you. What do? It's a fight or flight scenario that's, at that point. It is for me. That's what my customers, my employees, just people walking down our sidewalk were exposed to in the 12 days for the special use permit for the residential at 515. I'm here just to plead with you that our people do not need to be exposed to that. They are at risk. I'm a manager for UPS. I have seen the results of dog attacks. That's nothing any of us want to experience. It's nothing we want to send our families home to. It's nothing I want any of the folks who come to our store to experience. So I am here just to implore and just ask for you to roll back the special use permit for that property, for that alone. I do not think that a fence will solve the issue. We have a 6-foot privacy fence around our property just for the children. So please make consideration.
Thank you, Molly. Appreciate that. Mike Matholomew? Come on up, Mike.
I'd say this is a little different for me. Commissioners, town manager, secretary, Mr. Mayor, chief, thank you for what you do. I'm here on behalf of my neighbors. They have businesses that they need to run. They thrive. They bring a lot to the town. I've been here for 59 years. I've seen this place change so much. And people like that are important people. And we need to make sure everybody's treated fairly. When I was in the golf cart business, you guys told me I could have 2 golf carts out front. Rarely did I ever have a golf cart out front. When Christmas time came around, I'd put maybe 3. 15 minutes later, I'd get a phone call from you guys. You need to get the 1 golf cart out of there. I played by the rules. It's just, it's what we do as a town. It's what we do to look after our people, to take care of this town. And I'm just here on behalf of my neighbors. My driveway is not an easement. And the neighbors that moved in, they just took liberty to use my driveway and walk over and say, hey, can you let me use your driveway until I get everything settled? There was none of that. That's not how this town rolls. And we need to take all this into consideration because this is what this town was made from. So, I thank you for your time, your service.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate that. Annette Henson, where is Annette? There she is. Come on up.
Hello, I'm Annette Henson with Greenway Beer and Wine. I'm here to talk about the situation at 515 South Main Street in correspondence to my property at 519. There's been 3 property owners since we've been on that property. So I'm going to refer to property owner 1, 2, and 3. 3 is now the present owner. So property owner 1, when we first moved in over there, came over to me during the time that we were developing the property and told me that there was a water issue that I needed to address. I went and investigated the water issue and then found out that it's actually their water issue that they're putting on my property that has become the problem for not just us, but for the neighbor behind us at like 515A. So it was affecting all 3 properties. They had a pipe running from the underneath of their house, which is a sump pump that's pumping water over onto my property. I told them that was the issue. They didn't do anything about it. Sold the property. Property owner 2 comes in, tells me I have a water issue. I tell them the same thing. They wanted to actually bury the pipe on my piece of property and act like there's no water problem. What they actually ended up doing, I told them they couldn't do that, so now they ran the pipe that pumps the water almost directly into the building that houses their well. Well, I don't know if you know how that property is built, but the septic tank is in front of the building, the well is behind the building, the house is in between the 2. The water comes out from underneath the house and gets pumped over on top of almost where the well's sitting. So I don't know how that water is safe to drink or that house is safe to have anybody live in it because of this whole stuff drains downhill. Septic tank is higher than everything else. So the water's going right underneath the house, getting pumped out, and then getting pumped right onto the well. So my issue is I have a concern for the water and the water quality that the residents of that property will be consuming. So I ask that the town take notice of that and at least have the well sampled and the water pooling in the backyard area, have that analyzed to see if it's actually got anything from the septic in it or not, because to me that's a bigger issue than just the residents there. It can contaminate the property surrounding. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And Michael Paul.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Good to see you all again. Chief, how are you? Yes, sir. I'm Michael Paul. My wife and I run the law firm across the street. We are also neighbors of the property in question, and as far as I know, I'm the last one to speak on this issue. But to summarize what has been said, we've experienced a number of issues when the owner of 515 rented the property out to a family of 5 with 3 children, 2 dogs, a cat, 5 vehicles, including at least 2 business vehicles, and running a tow truck business out of the house. First, having 5 vehicles caused several problems. With nowhere to turn around, the tenants were either, well, at first they used the neighbor's driveway, Mr. Bartholomew, without permission to do so. When they were informed that the driveway was off limits, they drove the vehicles in the backyard and often had to back up the tow truck out in the street, a main street, to allow another vehicle out, and that stopped traffic. The owner of the property claims he restricted the tenants to 3 vehicles, but with more than 1 vehicle, there's always going to be a problem. The second issue is having 2 dogs cause problems, as has been mentioned. Dogs barked at the patrons of the Greenway and at our clients, causing innocent patrons and clients to be afraid of the dogs. No fence, and dogs wandered outside the property lines. Also put them in danger of getting hit by unsuspecting people driving vehicles in the parking lots of all 3 properties. And even if there was a fence, barking dogs frighten visitors who don't expect that. No harmony in having dogs in a commercial area like that. Having the children in the issue in the property also caused some problems. As mentioned, they drove their electric vehicles in the parking lots of all 3 properties. People aren't looking for children on vehicles when they're driving in and out of commercial businesses. The children were unsupervised at the time, and obviously it's a danger to the children as well. At the least for the children, there should be a fenced area, especially when the children are unsupervised outside. Lastly, the house is on a septic system with a well. The water from the leach field, which is above the property in the front yard, leaks down into the crawl space of the house. There is a sump pump there, it drains directly to the backyard. It's arguable that the sump pump is discharging contaminated water in the backyard. We smell sewage from our property 2 doors down on a regular basis, and we think that water should at least be tested, as Ms. Henson said, and find out, because we don't want anyone to get sick, as well as don't really want to smell it. Ideally, the property should not be rented for residential use. If not, we certainly would like to see conditions that no dogs are allowed to live on the property, and the backyard should be fenced if they're going to have children there. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And thanks to business owners for coming out to making us aware tonight. Appreciate that. I think the first time you had mentioned, y'all mentioned it to me, was they still live there and you was gonna come out and talk to us about it. But I do appreciate, even though it seemed like that problem has resolved itself, you still came out, so appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, business owners there. Roxy Wilkins, where is Roxy at? Come up, Roxy. Introduce yourself, where you live at, and
Okay, my name is Roxy Wilkins. I live at 115 West Young Street. My mother, Nancy Kelly, used to be the mayor of Roseville. She's no longer with us. At the April 18th, 2023 Roseville Board Session, 6200 Emily Lane was identified as one of 3 properties in Roseville targeted for a future life science or high-tech campus. My family has owned 6200 Emily Lane, known as the Merritt Rogers Farm, for nearly a century, and I'm here tonight to speak about where my family stands on this topic. You might recall that I spoke already about the same topic at the June 7th, 2022 board meeting. Tonight, I want to reiterate some points I shared that evening. My family has had this land listed for sale for about 6 years. Over those years, we have been under contract 5 times. Each of the prospective buyers have had to cancel their contracts because they have been unable to get answers and or direction from the town to questions about rezoning the property. My family feels that the town of Roseville is holding our property hostage. We feel that the town is holding out for our property to someday become a life science campus. We have entertained LOIs from many developers over the years, and not one of those developers plan to do a life science campus. I want to point out that my family has never been contacted, not by the town or any consultants, to participate in the commercial feasibility study. However, it was mentioned yet again at the April 18th work session that the stakeholders of these identified properties have participated in discussions. After another contract with a prospective buyer was terminated earlier this year, another one of my family members, James Merritt, sent a letter to Meredith Gruber. Since Mr. Merritt is not local and was unable to be here this evening, I want to share some of the key points that he brought up in that letter. My family is concerned that the planning staff is only interested in commercial development and will not allow any other type of development on the property. Mr. Merritt met with the town's planning department and was assured that the planning department would not discourage development that was not commercial. Since that meeting, several buyers have discussed the possibility of various developments on the land. One spoke to the town about an active adult community development. They were very encouraged by feedback and reported this back to our family. However, when they met with the planning department, they were discouraged from doing any use of the property except for some type of commercial development. For the 4th time, your planners have told potential buyers who were interested in developing the farm that you wouldn't approve any development unless it had all or mostly all commercial development. You have even suggested that you wanted life science commercial development to the most recent potential buyer. I realize that your planning desires is to promote commercial development to produce local jobs and reduce traffic problems. However, where are the potential developments who are willing to gamble on the commercial development that you want? Again, this property has been under contract 5 times, and not one of those times has ever been with a buyer looking to do a life science or technology campus. The amount of work required on our property would not be cost-effective for development of this kind. Previous buyers have done environmental studies, and the amount of rock and topography make our property cost prohibitive of a manufacturing development. We are in the process of signing, yet again, an agreement for purchase of our property. These prospective buyers are looking to do a mixed-use development. Our property is listed on the future land use map as mixed use. This buyer is willing and able to bring the town exactly what you have asked for in this future land use plan. This evening, on behalf of my family, I am proposing that the town remove our property from the list of potential life science and/or technology campuses, and asking that the town work with this buyer to bring something to Roseville so that we can move forward with the sale of our land, and that the town can benefit from a wonderful mixed-use community. Thank you.
Thank you, Roxanne. Appreciate that. Okay, Steve, did you want to speak at the?
Put my name on the wrong list.
Okay, that's no problem. Which public hearing? You wanted one other public hearings, right? Well, just let me know when it come up. Thank you. Appreciate that. Well, that's the close of the people signed up for public hearings. So, not public hearings, but public comment. So appreciate everybody that came out and made comments on that. Our next item is old business, our community group funding review committee recommendations. If I recall, Paul, were you heading up that group?
Me and Commissioner Austin were asked to review applications for community group funding. We've come to an agreement on 3 we'd like to put in front of the board. Tri-Area Food Pantry, they're asking for $3,000. They supply food needs for Rollsville, and just looking at their stuff, they actually cover 3% of Rollsville families per month with their giving of food. The second one was Rollsville High School Band Boosters. They're asking for $2,500. The art program at the high school receives approximately $1,000 from Wake County Public Schools to be shared by all of the high school's art programs. And they're looking to use the money to help with new instruments the band would need to keep the arts going. The third one is Thorn to Rose Foundation. They are asking for $2,500, and they would use the money for mental health awareness and to provide assistance for Rollsville residents. And those are the 3 we.
The third one again?
Thorn to Rose Foundation.
How many applied?
4.
So, any questions for Paul on his report?
What was wrong with the 4th one? Were they not eligible?
Yeah, not eligible.
Gotcha.
Yeah, there is some eligibility and that's required. I think it has to be a nonprofit.
Yeah, and we have some other legal things with it, so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And I don't know if I know the details, I don't have it in front of me, but best I can recollection, and Paul, you may want to expand on it, but these community group funding we do once a year.
Right.
And there is a process that you go through to apply for them. Also, there's some qualifications that you have to meet from a standpoint of, nonprofits stuff. And we have a limit, I think.
Right.
So all that's available online, especially for the people that has been applying for them. So we only do it once a year before budget time. So
What is the total fund in that account again?
$10,000.
Does this equal out to 10,000?
No.
Oh, there's money left over next year?
Yep.
Okay.
So is that recommendation coming from the committee in the form of a motion?
Yes.
Okay. Being that it's from a committee.
Second.
There is a second. All right. So we got a motion and a second from the committee on three recommendations for the community funding. Is there any other discussion from the commissioners?
I just have one other question real quick. What were the amounts again for each one?
The Tri-Area Food Pantry is $3,000. Rollsville High School Band Boosters is $2,500. And Thornton Rose Foundation is $2,500.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
No more questions.
Yeah, any other questions? Any questions down there, April? Nope. Sheila, any questions? All right, I'm gonna call for vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Not hearing any. Motion carries. Thank you, board. Thank you, committee, for working on that. I know, and also clerk, thank you, Robin. You know, you have a hand in getting those names in there and applications and stuff, so thank you. Appreciate that. All right, moving along to new business, we have a public hearing for our 2023 proposed budget. And I think Amy is going to do that, so I'm going to open the public hearing and hear from staff report on the budget.
All right. On April 18th, the town manager presented to you his proposed budget for fiscal year 23-24, which begins on July 1 of this year. So tonight, the next step in the process is to hold a public hearing on that proposed budget. To start everybody off, we thought we'd do a quick summary for the public to know what is in that budget. You have heard this before several times through budget work sessions, as well as the presentation of the proposed budget. Oh, see, the font just does not work on this one. I thought I fixed it. It got worse. But what this slide intends to show is your strategic plan and how important it is that that strategic plan be the guide for all of our budget decisions. So this sets out the vision that you set for the community, which is which states that genuine community thrives in Rollsville as we seek to build a place that is focused on walkability with connections to parks, greenways, and gathering spaces. So as we go throughout this presentation, and if you look at the proposed budget that is online, you will see little green circles throughout, and that helps us make those connections between the budget items and your strategic plan for the community. As the manager presented during his proposal, there are three top priorities outlined in this budget. Number one is investing in the people. Salaries and benefits is one of the larger components of the annual operating budget, and so it's important that we invest in people. And playing on HR Director Alston's comments earlier, making sure that we retain those employees that we have. Second priority of completing projects. We have quite a full menu of projects we are all working on. We want to make sure we emphasize on getting those completed and bringing those to closure. And then finally, this budget builds on those core services, those core municipal services. We wanted to make sure we focused on putting our resources on those activities. All right, so a little overview here of the budget. The town has multiple funds in which we keep money, but there are only two funds that we budget on an annual basis, and those are the general fund and the capital projects fund. The general fund has most of your operating expenditures, the day-to-day operations of the town. Capital projects fund is larger, multi-year, as I like to call it, asphalt, bricks, and concrete type work, right? Those budgets typically take more than a year to complete, and so it is very project-driven. And that's why when you look at these comparisons of the numbers from one year to the next, last year that fund was $11 million, now down to $1 million. It's very project-driven. last year's had a large allocation for the Main Street Vision Plan project underway. So let's focus on that operating fund, the general fund. This is one that has an annual appropriation. These budget appropriations expire after 1 year. So let's specifically start with the revenues. And by far, your largest source of revenue for the operating budget is the ad valorem or property tax. This is 48% of your general fund revenues. Second largest source makes up a lot of that taxes and licenses component, and that is the local sales tax. Wake County estimates that the property tax base will grow 4.9% compared to last year. They do an excellent job for us of collecting property tax on our behalf. They have over a 99% collection rate for those property taxes. On the sales tax side, we are projecting a conservative 4% growth in that. We typically see more than that, but as you know, there's a lot of uncertainty in the economic conditions over this next year, so we wanted to make sure that we take a conservative view on those. On the expenditure side, you can see here, public safety is your largest category of expenditure. Police and fire together represent 35% of your operating budget expenditures. Coming behind that, public works, solid waste. As we grow as a municipality, we expect to see that public works, solid waste category continue to take a more enhanced role in this operating budget. And then the rest of the departments rounding things out. All right, so let's go back to revenues and hit the key points here. This budget does propose maintaining the current tax rate, 46 cents per $100 of valuation. It does propose the motor vehicle fee, which you see when you renew your license plate. It does propose raising that from $20 to $30 per vehicle. $30 is the maximum allowed by state law for that fee. And currently, most Wake County municipalities are already charging $30. So this brings us up into a comparable level with them. The funds from this fee need to be used to go towards street maintenance. We are proposing to raise the solid waste fee from $22 to $25 per month. This fee has not been raised over 10 years, despite consistent inflationary increase from the service providers. Based on some good decisions that you all made several years ago, we have been able to absorb those fee increases from the solid waste providers by reducing our administrative overhead. But we have reached a point where we will no longer be able to recover our direct costs to the contractors without raising that fee. And then finally, your overall schedule of fees. There's a few technical updates just to reflect your new LDO. And then one change that we've made since the presentation of the proposed budget is, and you'll see this on the next item after this, but we are proposing raising non-resident athletic fee from $80 to $93. All right, now on the fun side, all the
Question real quick.
expenditures. Yes.
How do you, what is the percentage? 80 to 93, how did that come about?
So this is the fee that is paid for participants in athletic programs.
No, I was asking, how do you come from 80 to 93?
80 to 93. I believe the interest here is to reflect some of the direct costs of providing that program and to make sure that those non-Rolesville residents are paying their share of those direct costs.
Like uniforms, like for the uniforms. We talked about that.
So was it uniforms, is it part of that?
I believe that's part of what makes up that figure, yes.
All right, thanks.
Sure.
I have a quick question on the motor vehicle fee. Do you remember the last time that was raised? It's been, hasn't it been a while?
So, I do have it here. We increased it to $20. I think we were 10 or 15 for a long time, and then in FY20, thank you. In FY20, we raised that to $20. So about 3-4 years ago?
Gotcha.
4 years ago. Yeah.
And I think that's a regulated fee too. You
It
can't
is.
go above 30, right?
Yeah, that's the
So
max.
Yes, sir.
I guess they could raise it where we could in the future, but that may be why.
Like so much of what we do, it is regulated by the state, and they've said 30 is the max.
Thanks, Amy.
Okay, so moving on to the expenditure side. One of the things you will see a lot of in this budget is personnel. This budget does recommend adding the equivalent of 6.5 personnel to our staff. So you'll see little stick figures. Try to highlight where we have personnel additions as we go through here. So here it's a communication specialist to full-time and an accountant position in the finance department. We're also looking at in general government, which by the way is governing board, administration, that's the manager, the clerk, finance, and HR. So these are just some of the highlights. Again, I don't want to read all the slides, but these are some of the highlights in those budgets that are new additions to the budget this year. On the development services side, this is planning and the community and economic development functions. You can see there are 2 Planner 2 positions proposed, one with a July 1 start and another with a January 1 start, about halfway through. Again, we have economic uncertainty. We want to see what the market is doing before we commit to hiring that second position. Working on a comprehensive land use plan update. There's some money in this year's budget. This will add some additional funding for that. Affordable housing plan. We want to use some of our ARPA created fund balance to go towards updating or creating that new plan for this community. And then continued support for economic development activities, Downtown Development Association, and the Chamber of Commerce. On the public safety side, what you'll see a lot of here is the implementation of the CERTUS police organizational study that we had conducted earlier this year. So associated with this is the addition of an executive analyst position to assist the chief and captain with some administrative duties and allow them to focus on bigger picture, higher order work. We are also planning to apply for 2 police officers through the federal COPS grant program. And then various acquisitions of new equipment by the department. On Public Works, again, more positions, an operations coordinator position, and making a part-time maintenance worker position into a full-time position. A lot of what we're focused on here is that looking forward to that completion of the new Public Works facility being built on East Young Street. And then Parks and Recreation. Also a position, adding a new administrative support position at a half-time, so 20 hours a week on average. There's additional funding for community events and the creation of the new outdoor museum, which is something that was proposed by the Parks Master Plan. On the employee pay and benefits side, we do have in here and proposing a 5% market adjustment or COLA that would be effective for all full-time employees or permanent employees on July 1, and an up to $1,500 performance pay bonus available to employees on their anniversary date. Also includes reclassifying all sworn law enforcement officer positions by 1 pay grade in order to maintain competitiveness to ensure the recruitment and retention of police officer employees across this county has become a very challenging field. And then finally on benefits, continuing our benefit program that's offered to employees, funding the pension plan with a very moderate increase in health insurance costs this year. We're pleased to fund. All right, on the capital program side, there are 7 projects underway currently. Continuing to work on those, bring those to completion. In addition to these programs, we have a few that are proposed in this new budget, one of which is replacement of town hall HVAC units. This will hit the high priority units first. The units that are here have been here since the building was built in 2008. We've already experienced some things failing, and we want to get ahead of the curve so that we have the minimal or planned disruption to the services and make sure that we can maintain this as a functioning environment. This budget proposes $300,000 for the construction of the Granite Acres Greenway, which will provide a safe walking path from the Granite Acres community towards the Sanford Creek Elementary School and the Granite Falls Boulevard area. And this also is the use of that ARPA-created fund balance for this purpose. This budget proposes $130,000 of park fees to renovate the amphitheater at Millbridge Nature Park, and $350,000 appropriation to continue and complete the replacement of ball field lights at Redford Place Park. And with that is a summary of what is in there. So Mayor, I'll turn the floor to you.
Okay. Before we do the public comments, any questions for staff? And this would include Kelly too, if you got a question, Kelly or staff. If not, we'll listen and see what the public comment has to say.
I do want to just share, though, with the public for their knowledge that this board spent 5 hours in a budget work session. So we went through every detail of this budget. So this summary is just that, a summary. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So I will now entertain anyone in the public. Well, did anybody sign up? Let me see if anybody signed up first. No? Okay. Well, I'll entertain anyone from the public that would like to speak in favor of our proposed budget. Come forth, state your name and address, please. Anyone that would like to speak opposed to our budget 2023, come forth and state your name and address. Okay, I invite you back, Amy. Any closing thoughts or questions for Amy before I close the public hearing?
No, sir.
No?
No,
Any
sir.
question? Like Commissioner Sutton says, we've spent many hours working on this budget, and I know staff have spent days probably working on it and putting together, a good budget. And I think we accomplished those three things that the manager went out to accomplish, which I think we probably put our staff and staff needs over anything. So, good job on that.
So Mayor, I just want to comment, just one comment. I want you to keep apprised, watch the county budget. I don't know if you saw that was released yesterday. This budget, as indicated, shows no property tax increase on behalf of the town of Roseville. There is a reappraisal next year, so next year's budget will be a large discussion as far as it goes, as far as property taxes. But if you did note, the county is proposing over 3 cents increase, and just leave it at that. That impacts us to some degree, but they have a lot of services they're trying to fund also. But we'll watch that as that goes through their approval process and see what they ultimately land on. But just want to bring that up to your attention.
You said the county, Wake County is proposing
Wake County is
3%
that's right.
increase.
Mhm.
I just want to highlight that.
I think they're proposing a $1.8 billion budget, I think is what it said. With, I didn't hear the percentage, so you said it's a 3%, or 3 cent.
3.25 cents.
3 cents.
3/4 cent, okay.
Yeah, that would take us to 0.46 cent per $100 to what, about?
No, we're going to stay at 4 cents.
Yeah,
Right,
We're staying at
but
46,
if
but they're
they
going to go
propose
from
it-
60-something to 60-something more.
Yeah,
Around 68, I thought, or something like that.
yeah.
It's going to be a big difference with real estate, though, that's for sure.
Property values.
All right, well, I think we got all our questions out. Amy, thank you. I'm going to close the public hearing on this one, and I will just go ahead and turn this one over to the board for consideration of the budget.
Move to approve.
A second.
Okay, got a motion and a second to approve. Is there any other discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous approved. Thank you. Thank you, board. Again, thank you, Amy and the staff and everybody that worked on. I know you had a lot of people working on it too, so thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Now you can sleep, Amy.
Yeah. So our next item we have is the Roseville Chamber of Commerce proposed, we do a MOU annually with them. That falls under the umbrella of economic development, I think, because we work hand in hand, economic development and the Chamber of Roseville. So you representing staff, I think, is that what you're doing, Michael? Well, come on up, state your, I don't think this is a public hearing, so just I guess give a staff report on it.
Yep, yeah, just Michael McFarland, Economic Development Manager with the town. Good evening, everyone. And I'll just say a few words, and then I'll introduce the chair of the chamber here, who's also here, Terry Simmons, to say a few words as well. So each year, the town of Roseville and the Chamber of Commerce sort of revisit, update, restates. We restate our key areas of partnership together to support entrepreneurship, small businesses, economic development in the town. And so, and along with that, we sort of write up or update an MOU, and that also outlines the request for funds from the chamber every year. The town supports the chamber financially each year for ongoing programs and events and things like that. So we kind of revisit that each year. So this request for funds again and a draft MOU is available in your packets for viewing. And then you should have also received 2 emails today with some additional information throughout the day. One from the town manager, and then another one from me, just with some additional information about related to the budget of the chamber and the request tonight. And with that, I'll hand it over to Terry. She's available for questions and may want to say a few words on behalf of the chamber as well.
Yeah.
So that's it for me.
Come on up, Terry. Good to see you tonight. State your name, address for the record, if you don't mind.
Good evening. My name is Terry Simmons. I'm here on behalf of the Roseville Chamber of Commerce. So again, as Michael had mentioned, you guys probably have received the budget information that I sent over. And I don't know if you had a chance to review it, but if you had any questions, I'm available.
Any questions for Terry?
I thought you were gonna highlight some of the stuff y'all did already.
I can do that.
Please, please.
Okay. In reference to the
different events you've had recently.
Okay. So as Sheila had mentioned earlier today, you know, we had our annual dinner, which was awesome. You know, it's one of our biggest fundraising events that we have, you know, each year. And like you said, this year we did the 50s. The next year we'll be doing the cowboy theme. So again, it's a great opportunity for us to get out and network with all the businesses, invite all the commissioners, the mayor, and you know, it's an open event. And again, it's an opportunity to just like a great fundraiser for the chamber. Our next event that we'll have coming up is the Business Expo, which is going to be held here again in Roseville at the Roseville Baptist Church, and that is scheduled for June 29th. So we're looking forward to that. Last year was the first year we had brought that back. It's been a while, so we're excited to bring that back. We anticipate for that to be bigger and better. So again, we are excited about that event as well. And in addition, we'll be doing the annual golf outing as well as doing the Christmas parade. A lot of the things that we, you know, do for the chamber, not only do we support all of the businesses, but we also do activities for the community. So when we are requesting the funds from you guys, we greatly appreciate it. We have been able to do a lot of great things with the money that we receive from you guys. And actually, we were able to hire as a contractor, bring someone on because we've been so busy with all the things that we do with the chamber. So again, the chamber is continuing to grow, and with your support, that's greatly appreciated. Again, not only do we assist our members, but we also do things for the community. So again, we thank you guys, and like I said, if you had any other questions about the budget.
About the budget, no, but I have a comment that I would like to add And one of the forms on page 101 inside the packet, it said provide the town of Roseville premium advertisement on all marketing material produced. This includes banners, programs, and printed ads for the annual barbecue, business expo, Christmas parade, evenings with Santa, golf outing, and annual dinner. Could we also add any military/veterans related events?
We actually do have that on our it's military appreciation, and
I saw that, but for just a premium advertisement
For advertising.
portion on number 4. It's, let me see, inside the packet,
it's in the package that I provided.
Each page of the MOU,
Yeah.
Terry.
Oh, okay.
That may be for Michael. then.
Michael has a copy, I think. Do you see where it is, Michael?
because they support the veterans, but it would be nice to have any more advertisement as well. I'm sorry, premium advertisement as well, as it's stated here.
Yep, we can certainly do that. Mhm.
All right. Good.
Terry, did you all have the barbecue last year? I don't remember.
No, we haven't had it for the last couple of years due to COVID. We do plan on still having that. We're still in search of a location for it, but we still are planning to have that event.
This year.
Mhm.
So the money that was allocated for the barbecue last year, what happened with that money?
We used it for the Roseville Guide to Roseville. We did a reclassification for that.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I was just going to comment on the Launch Roseville program. Obviously, we have a lot of graduates here in Roseville. It's an excellent program. But I happened to be in Garner earlier this week or last week, I can't remember. But there's a new bed and breakfast in Garner, their first one ever. And the person who opened it went through Launch Garner. So that Launch program is really awesome and creating a lot of new small businesses in Wake County. So I just wanted to highlight that. So
And every
it's- keep up the good
municipality
work.
not house one. Every municipality not house has one.
In Wake County.
Mm-hmm.
They're awesome. Met a lot of people.
I think we were like the second or third to do it, and I think. And then everybody has one.
It's awesome.
And they're doing big things, so.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Terry.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, before we consider this one, I know Michelle and I just
Oh,
talked
yeah,
earlier.
yes.
And I think she has requested to me, and I agree that she to be excused
I'm not
from
gonna
from the vote.
I do a lot with the chamber. They do a lot with me and with other businesses as well in the community. And to be transparent and not cause any issues for the chamber or for the board, I will not be voting on the budget, on the MOU that the chamber has submitted to the town. But I am a member of 3 different chambers, and by far Roseville is the most engaged. Maybe because they're smaller, I don't know, but they do a lot for the community, as Terry has said. And I appreciate them, and it will do us both good that I just sit here and watch and listen to how this vote turns out. So,
Good. So unless there's an objection from someone on the board, we will excuse Michelle from the vote. So with that, I will entertain a motion.
I move to approve the Roseville Chamber of Commerce proposed memorandum of understanding.
Is there a second?
I'll second. Second.
Okay.
Oh, she
I
seconded.
think April got it first. Okay, we've got a motion second. Any other discussion?
I was going to ask Dan Austin, I know that your wife was going to be the interim.
She's no longer there.
Okay, did you want to make a statement or?
No, she's not there, so it doesn't affect the decision.
Okay, I didn't know that. I was just trying to understand.
Okay, she's no longer there, so it doesn't affect the decision legally.
Yeah,
Correct,
I
Dave?
agree. I agree.
Let's ask Dave just to make sure.
Well, I didn't know. I was just asking. I didn't know.
The question.
Help me with the question.
I'll update you. Just the question was, Dan's wife was a former employee of the chamber, which that won't affect his need to excuse
No, it would if she were still an employee and the vote would potentially result in financial gain to either a commissioner or to their spouse.
But being she's former, it wouldn't.
Then it's fine.
And I don't, now they needed no
And then
money.
he must vote.
Now they needed no money.
Okay. All right, so with that, we have a motion and a second on the table. Is there any other
I
discussion?
give it away.
If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Not here. I think it carried 4-0 with Commissioner Medley recusing.
Y'all are the best chamber, let me just say that, even if I couldn't vote.
Needed no money. I actually give it away.
Yeah, I think Michael and not only Michael, but also our activities people that works out of the park department really works well with the chamber and all the events that we go on, because I guess if you add both organizations together, it's probably 25 or so events per year that the town
And
and the
those are
chamber
just the
does.
events that you see, but all the help that goes on with the different chamber members and the camaraderie that they all show to each other and to the community, it's just amazing. And if, at any point, if my vote were to come back and they would say something like, but you hold events at Arise, a business that I own, I would not want that to taint you guys or to taint this board. Because we do try to do everything the correct way and be as transparent as possible. So I thank y'all, and congratulations, JMO, you passed.
Thank you, Chamber. Thanks for all you do. Small business is what it's about, so thank you. Appreciate that. The next item is a legislative hearing, MA 21-10 and annexation 2207 for Pierce Farm, formerly known as Tom's Creek. We're doing good on time, Meredith. So, I'm gonna open the hearing. Probably try to take staff report and probably take applicant report if possible, and then we'll probably do a recess, a short recess. So, open public hearing, and I'll take staff report.
Okay, great. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. For your consideration this evening is a rezoning map amendment request and a voluntary annexation for Pierce Farm, the case formerly known as Tom's Creek. We've been talking about this case for a while. It's been to several planning board meetings, most recently March 27th, and here we are this evening for the legislative or public hearing. The subject property is about 223 acres located between Forestville and Burlington Mills Roads. The request is to rezone the property from Wake County R30 and Town of Rolesville Residential Low to Residential Medium Conditional Zoning District. And the conditional zoning district includes a concept plan and a list of other conditions. And as we mentioned before, there is an annexation associated with the case. This is the concept plan that is one of the conditions with the rezoning request. The concept plan includes a text statement that the maximum density is 2.7 units per acre. What you're looking at in front of you is about 2.5 units per acre. The concept plan also includes a 5-acre public park, and there are text conditions identifying the road improvements that are recommended by the associated traffic impact analysis. A brief summary of the conditions are on this slide, and the applicant will go over them. The conditions ranged from permitted and prohibited uses, the maximum density of 2.7 units per acre, establishment of a homeowners association, information about a central amenity center and private trails, open space, preservation of an existing pond, quite a list of architectural conditions, and then I mentioned the transportation improvement conditions as identified in the traffic impact analysis. As per our comprehensive plan, future land use map, the future land use category is medium density residential. Medium density residential includes single family, detached and attached housing at a density of 3 to 5 units per acre. As mentioned before, the current zoning is residential low in some Wake County residential 30, and the proposed zoning is residential medium conditional zoning district, and that is consistent with the medium density residential land use category. As per our community transportation plan, both Forestville Road and Burlington Mills Road are identified as 4-lane divided median roadway sections. And then as per our greenway plan, it shows a greenway running north-south through the site and a greenway running along Tom's Creek on the southern portion of the site. Our bike plan shows bike lanes on Burlington Mills Road, side paths on Forestville Road, and again, the greenway going through. Yes?
Can you use the pointer?
Sure.
Thank you.
So do you want me to go back to the greenway slide or anything, or just this with this one?
Yeah, from where you are now, it's fine.
Okay. So with our bicycle plan, the blue here is a proposed bike lane along Burlington Mills Road. And I call it pea soup green along Forestville Road is where a side path is designated. And then the more traditional green bean green, is the greenway running north-south through the site, as well as a greenway running along Tom's Creek on the southern portion of the site. A traffic impact analysis was performed by Stantec Consulting. We do have Matt Peach in attendance this evening. And if we look at the full build scenario, meaning the project would be complete, the project would add about 5,300 daily trips to the roadway network. The planning board meeting on March 27th, at that meeting, the planning board did recommend approval of the request, and that vote was 4-1. The votes in favor were because planning board members felt it was a good project, consistent with our comprehensive plan, and the vote against the project, there was concern about the lot size and density in the area. This rezoning request was also presented to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board just very recently, and the PARAB, as we call it, recommended that the concept plan show graphically the bike lanes on Burlington Mills Road, the side path on Forestville Road, the side path on the new Collector Road going through the middle of the site, and a greenway connection to Burlington Mills Road. And I can go to this for a minute and use the pointer. So again, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board wanted to see the bike lanes on Burlington Mills Road, the side path on Forestville Road. This white line here illustrates a greenway, and they wanted to see that greenway connecting up to Burlington Mills Road. And I forgot the last one. Let's see. Show the side path on the new Collector Road and that greenway connection, yes. So staff does recommend approval of this rezoning request because it is consistent with our comprehensive plan, and staff also recommends that you all consider the comments from the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. And the request is consistent with our comprehensive plan, as I mentioned before. The residential medium conditional zoning district is consistent with the residential medium future land use category. The proposed density is slightly less than the 3 to 5 units per acre designated by medium density residential, but very close to that. The CTP, or Community Transportation Plan, roadway network recommendations are addressed in the rezoning conditions, and the greenways are illustrated as per the greenway plan. So this time I'd like
That
to,
one's confusing me a little bit.
Sure.
Is that a greenway along Tom's Creek there or not? 'Cause
right here,
yeah.
the greenway, I can trace that with the pointer down on the southern end. Yes, Tom's Creek is down here, and the greenway is this white line. It goes around that, and then the greenway also comes along through the middle of the property through the green space.
I didn't pick that up on your description a while ago.
Didn't pick up.
That is correct, though. Okay.
And I will pull up the applicant presentation. And we'll invite the applicant to come up and share their presentation.
Hello. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you guys today. I think I've had the pleasure of meeting most of you and most people in this room as well. But just for those I have not met, my name is Drew Ammons. I'm with Ammons Development Group. I'm going to kick off the presentation a little bit, and then I'm going to pass it off to Dave with McAdams, who has been managing the application throughout this entire process. And then Brittany with Exalt Engineering will talk on traffic impacts, and Jacob Anderson of Alliance Group and John Myers are local development consultants that we have been collaborating with throughout this entire process to deliver a great plan. So a little history on the land is my family has owned this land for 19 years. When my dad bought the land from Blair Edens in 2004, this land has always been preserved with the goal of building a residential community that will be an asset to Roseville one day. To me, that means developing a plan that helps the town achieve its goals. We feel strongly that Pierce Farm will be an asset to Roseville going forward. In 2020, when the town of Roseville started the process of updating their 2004 UDO, and when they finally approved the LDO in 2021, the main goal was to promote the preservation of Roseville's natural resources while providing a variety of housing options. It also updated the development standards to allow Roseville to smartly adapt to the future growth that is coming to Wake County. We feel that Pierce Farm is a shining example of the positives of the updated LDO and that it brings unique benefits to the town of Roseville. We are envisioning this site as a bridge between Wake Forest and Roseville. It is directly between Heritage High School, Roseville Middle School, and Elementary School. With the layout of this community, you'll one day be able to walk and bike from this community into Heritage and also into Main Street in Roseville. This community will be the anchor of future commercial development on adjacent parcels that has been designated by Roseville as mixed use and commercial zones. It will also promote current businesses located at Walker's Crossroads. By providing a variety of housing types, we have designed this community with connectivity in mind. This community will act as a transition from surrounding residential areas into future and aforementioned commercial properties. Pierce Farm will bring a combination of private and public park space that will be enjoyed by both the neighbors and the general citizens of Roseville as a whole. As with any piece of land, this community deserves to have the history of the land highlighted. The first thing you'll notice is the rebranding to Pierce Farm. After many discussions, this name was chosen because it honors the historical use of the land and still honors those that live in the community today. We hope to continue talking about the history of the property through the park space and the greenway system. Furthermore, our development team continues to work with the neighbors that are most affected by the future development. We are continuing to work with the most impacted neighbors at the entrance of Pierce Farm and Forestville Road, the neighbors impacting on Burlington Mill, and also the businesses on Walker's Crossroads. This process will take much more time, but we are committed to continuing the conversations that we're having every day. To summarize, Pierce Farm is below the allowable density thresholds of both the traffic and the zoning standards. It is above the minimum thresholds of open space, and we are designating public parks. Finally, the neighborhood has been designed to act as a transition from surrounding neighborhoods into adjacent commercial properties. We are very proud to present this project to you. I will now pass off to David, who will walk through the site plan. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Mayor, fellow commissioners. My name is David Bergmark. I'm a senior planner with McAdams. I want to thank Mr. Ammons for his statements. Thank you for your continued consideration and allowing me to present on this proposed Pierce Farm rezoning application. The document you're seeing before you is actually part of our zoning narrative document that went along with our application, so it felt appropriate to use that to kind of walk you through the development. As part of this presentation, we'll be talking about our vision for the site, our master plan concept, walking you through that, the various conditions that are associated with development, whether they're land use or architectural, giving you some example imagery that we included in our application related to architecture and active and passive open spaces, and also speaking to our proposed transportation improvements. So as you are likely aware, this site is a 224 acres residential development along the western extent of your extraterritorial jurisdiction, along the Forestville Road and Burlington Mills Road. When we first came forward on this project, we started by looking at your adopted plans. Mr. Ammons spoke to this, your recently adopted 2021 LDO, and said, what vision are you laying out for us to follow? And he spoke to the guiding document that spoke to future developments promoting preservation of natural resources and open spaces while providing that variety of housing. So we kind of took that central goal and looked at how do we build our development around that concept. In terms of the comprehensive plan consistency, it's been spoken to that this is a medium-density residential future designation on your land use plan. That is our proposed conditional district for residential medium density. And we are slightly below your proposed density of 3 to 5 dwelling units per acre for that designation, out of respect for kind of our neighboring adjoining land uses. And speaking of respect, this process has taken a long time from our original submittal in 2021 to where we stand here almost mid-2023. We've gone through a lot of community engagement, multiple planning board meetings, formal neighborhood meetings, and probably more individual property owner discussions than we care to admit. And as part of this, it's our goal to try to create a plan that really respects our neighbors, that we can be proud of, and that they can be proud of as well, and you can be proud of as a council. Part of those discussions have been meeting with individual property owners to talk about road improvements throughout off-site road improvements, and how might that impact their property, and how can we, through our design, make adjustments to their driveways or driveway aprons, to the curb and gutter, to the drainage along the front of their site, to landscaping buffers, whether it's off-site or where our site borders an adjoining neighbor, to make this something that everybody is happy with. So a key part of this project is environmental stewardship. That comes out of the cluster development kind of compact form that we're submitting. Your code calls for 40% open space preservation as part of this type of development. And as I walk through the concept plan, you'll see that we not only meet but exceed this in terms of our application. In addition to some of those environmental benefits by the preservation of land, we exceed your active park space as well. By considerable amounts, and have an array of different community amenities, from public and private greenway trails to public land dedications and opportunities potentially for public-private partnerships that we'd like to have continued discussions with the town on. These environmental benefits are in addition to what we see as key transportation benefits. And my colleague will go into more detail on this, but knowing the significant amount of traffic this region is starting to experience, maybe I shouldn't say starting, is experiencing, we looked at how can we help this out day one. And so our TIA puts forth certain recommendations for traffic improvements. But beyond that, we looked at how can we accelerate those rather than waiting until the end of the project. How can we start those day one of the project to get traffic improvements that your community can see immediately. This slide just provides a snapshot of our proposed open space and lot development standards compared to what's being required by the town. You can see that or perhaps see, that we're exceeding your required open space, but more notably, your code would call for 13.5 dwelling units 13.5 acres of active open space, while we're providing 22 acres. So that really is a significant increase in the amount of active open space to create that activity center and community gathering area that we're striving for. That includes both a 5-acre public park as well as another 4 acres of public dedication for trailheads or other public use, a 4.5-acre private community gathering area or amenity, and 4,500 linear feet minimum of public greenway trail. That's also with an additional 4,500 linear feet of private soft surface trails. And I did want to note that in terms of our development standards, setbacks, and minimum lot areas, that our application meets all the development regulations in time of our application. There's a whole host of conditions that go along with this. That's the benefit of a conditional district, is you're able to get these conditions attached to the application. In terms of our uses, we'd be looking at detached single-family dwellings, public parks and recreation space, and preserved open space, and then, other than that, just minor utility uses. So in essence, it's a residential neighborhood with some of those accessory uses that goes along with any residential neighborhood. I mentioned the total density of being 2.7 dwelling units per acre, but other conditions cover items such as giving you assurances of there being a homeowners association in place to take care of maintenance and operations of these open spaces and public areas, having a main amenity area. I mentioned that 4.5-acre parcel that would include a pool, a clubhouse, pickleball courts, and either a grilling station or fire pits. That 4,500 minimum linear feet of public greenway, as well as the same distance for private greenways. And along these greenways and sensitive open spaces, we've made commitments to reestablish ground cover, shrubbery, or trees with purely native species to try to be more environmentally sensitive to the areas that we're touching, and at the same time wanting to kind of allow for public exposure to those areas. And finally, there's conditions that speak to the timing of these dedications for land dedication, going along with our phases for the 4-acre and 5-acre parcels that we'd be dedicating to the town, as well as architectural conditions included as part of this application. Those architectural conditions are meant to give you an assurance that the product that we're bringing, the homes we're bringing, are a quality design that you'd be proud of. They touch on things such as having requirements for raised foundations, requirements that where you have exposed foundation along streets, whether it's a front or corner, that you have those foundations wrapped in brick or stone, commitments to having all single-family homes with a front porch on every unit with a minimum depth of 6 feet for that front porch. Conditions related to your exterior wall materials. I won't read the whole list, but notably, vinyl is not one of them. So your exterior wall material, your main side of your house cannot be vinyl. Conditions related to roof pitch, minimum roof pitch, as well as minimum depth of your eaves, so the edge of your roofs that have to extend at least 6 inches for your main roof line. Conditions related to garage doors having window insets to give more architectural interest and transparency along your garage doors. As well as conditions that just assure that you have architectural differentiation between adjacent units, whether they're side by side or directly across the street. You're not going to have the exact same elevation or the exact same color palette for units that are next to each other. My colleague's going to go into transportation improvements more specifically, but I did want to highlight one point, that our timing of these, we have our transportation impact assessment, as I mentioned, that lays out recommended improvements. But one of our commitments in this project is that by the 100th CO, Certificate of Occupancy, we'd have our improvements to Burlington Mills Road and Forestville Road completed. So in order to do that by the 100th CO, we essentially have to start day one because 100 homes will sell quite quickly. So now what you've probably been waiting for, although the staff did provide an overview, and I'm somewhat glad because I have to admit that apparently the pointer does not work with the format of this presentation as we sent it. So apologies for that. But if need, I will grab an actual pointer and go point at something. So to me, so on the screen before you, the concept plan obviously for Pierce Farm is shown. What stands out to me at first glance, and what I hope stands out to you, is the amount of green and blue spaces that you see on that represent all the open spaces, whether they're preserved or improved open spaces on this site plan. One of the key elements of the design for this plan was a residential collector road running east to west through the site, kind of that main spine road connecting Forestville Road to Burlington Mills Road. That really created the core of the site, and everything kind of grew around that. We view this as a green corridor because not only is this our main vehicular movement through the site, providing benefit both our future residents as well as existing neighboring residents, but it allowed us the opportunity to cluster our different green open spaces around this, whether it's our main amenity, public trailheads, the town public park. So you have town dedicated land that kind of bookends both sides of this, and allowed us to create this green corridor free of driveways that'll not only create beautiful vistas, but opportunities for public gathering areas, for active recreation, for community events.
David, I'm sorry, I got to interrupt.
Yes.
I am visual, and so when you're talking, I'm listening to you, but without you pointing, it just doesn't mean anything.
Yes, ma'am.
If you can point to the things that you're highlighting, that would be fantastic.
All right, we will go old school with it.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank
Okay.
you.
So, and apologies to everyone in the audience if you cannot see this angle. So our main east-west residential collector road from Forestville Road running through the site to Burlington Mills Road. That's, like as I mentioned, our kind of key spine road with our open spaces, both our main community amenity site kind of centralized along this with our local streets kind of radiating off of it, as well as public park dedication. You have the main public park 5-acre piece over here, as well as 2 additional pieces of public park land dedication on either side approaching Forestville Road. We've actually entered discussion, or I should say entered, we want to have continued discussions with your Parks and Recreation and the town about the opportunity for a public-private partnership as well. We have 8 acres of land on the north side of this east-west collector that we see as a real opportunity to develop this community gathering area even further with a potential public-private partnership. We look at that land as having lots of different potentials, whether it's for additional recreation, or whether it's for a community center, or for opportunities for public art or memorials that might honor veterans or first responders or other prominent community members, or food truck rodeos. We just kind of view this as a lot of opportunities available to the town, both in the land, the 9 total acres that are already kind of dedicated and platted or would be platted as part of this development, as well as the potential for some additional public-private green space. We know that you're...
That piece there.
This piece?
Yeah.
About 8 acres, a little over 8 acres. And so we know that your town has kind of a goal of trying to establish, I believe it's 90 acres of basically public park accessible land in this greater region. So when we look at what we're providing here with 9 acres already dedicated, that's not even counting the public and private greenway trails that we'd be establishing that would be publicly accessible, potential for 8 additional acres of public-private partnership land. We see this as a lot of opportunity to kind of get you strong headwinds on your way to achieving that goal. So that's kind of summarizing some of the public and private open space and greenways. We already, your staff pointed out our public greenway connections already, so thank you for that. This map right now doesn't show that additional 4,500 linear feet of private soft trail greenways. When I say soft surface, we were looking for additional trail networks that would be privately maintained, but would be, the public could walk them, that would kind of radiate and provide additional connections beyond this public greenway. They are not shown on this map just because it would start to get so busy, it would become not very legible. But again, those are meant to provide additional connections and opportunities for additional kind of exposure to some of these more environmentally sensitive areas, some of the riparian buffers and adjoining lands. And by the soft surface, you have areas that are pervious in nature. It allows rainwater infiltration, so you're not getting runoff off of those trails, whether they're mulch or pea gravel or something along those lines. Plus, in order to create them, you don't have to compact the soil, which can damage the roots of the adjoining trees. So it's a way to grant some additional exposure, an opportunity for people to get closer to these environmentally sensitive areas in a way that respects the area around it and doesn't damage it. I should probably mention the lots. There are lots, there are homes. So you'll see in the different colors our different kind of breakdown of different lot layouts, different lot designs. So in kind of the light pale yellow areas are our narrowest lots. These are all 100% rear loaded for our narrowest lots. So our smallest lots are deliberately centralized within the site, while our larger lots shown in the purple and the red color are deliberately placed along our project perimeter to offer a little bit more transition, a little bit more buffer, and a little more respect for our adjoining property owners, with the lots in red being a minimum of 7,500 square feet.
How much in what, red?
In red, yes ma'am.
In purple, or how much?
Those are, minimum of 6,250. A little over 5,000. 5,200 and 5,860.
How many of the yellow ones are there?
I don't have an exact lot count on that. Anybody know percentage?
It's on our chart. And 155, Michelle.
Yep. And again, those are all rear loaded, allowing you to have that streetscape free of driveway interruptions, and no conflict points, and a much more kind of attractive, engaging streetscape from a pedestrian standpoint.
So just the yellow or rear entry or rear garage?
Yes, all the yellow lots are rear alley accessed.
Rear alley.
That legend, I think, gives you the number, don't it?
It does.
It does, I just didn't have it in front of me, so.
It's hard to read on.
It's
Oh,
tiny.
apologies. Yes, it does.
Oh, you can see it.
Question for you, sir.
It's a bunch.
Yes, sir.
Probably a mayor's question, but just for my clarification, this project was submitted prior to the 8,000 square feet lots that we had approved, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Yep, so that's the reason why we're seeing,
Yes, this application came in December 2021, and they're making the request based on our ordinance at that time and the recent LDO amendment to change the minimum lot size for residential medium cluster development was approved a month ago.
correct, thank you.
What's in that little, I guess that little hub area up there? Is that like an open space for,
A little diamond, a little purple.
yeah, a little diamond, little circle diamond or something?
Like a bit.
Yeah, on up higher.
Go up.
Go up higher.
In the middle.
Where the purple connects, yeah.
Yeah, right in the middle.
Yeah, that's just an additional passive open space within those lots. Kind of open for, so yeah, I don't think we have anything actively programmed within that space, but a nice area for people to have behind them compared to just abutting rear-to-rear lots.
So it's just trees left there? Or is it just grass?
I think the intent would be to still create that as an improved space to go in, have plantings, landscaping that would be cared for.
Gotcha.
Yes, ma'am.
That's a pretty good little size, ain't it? That's an acre or two, looks like, maybe. Pretty substantial.
It is.
About an acre.
Any other questions on the site plan before I move on to, I only have a few slides left.
Is there a rec area on there?
A rec area?
Like clubhouse?
Yes, yes, ma'am. So this is our main amenity that would have a pool, clubhouse, pickleball, and the like.
Mayor
And
Kerr?
there, I mentioned there are, well and above the amount of active open space. So there would be, depending on conversations with the town about this additional 8 acres, there'd be additional opportunities there for active recreational elements.
David, in your conditions, most of the conditions are associated with a timing of a phasing or a road construction. I noticed the amenity area is not linked to a performance timeline. Is there a performance timeline that can be added to the condition?
I think certainly so, yes. Just need to have conversations about what you'd be looking for there, but yes, I mean, we would want amenity to be present for homeowners as they move in. So I've had similar conditions in other applications, so I don't think there'd be any objection to adding something along those lines.
Okay.
So you don't think it's in there?
It isn't.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, currently there's not a condition that speaks to that being in place by a specific, certificate of occupancy or anything along those lines.
I think that's important because I've seen some communities that have had to wait a really long time to get their amenities that were proposed. So I think it makes sense. Cedar Lakes is the example I was thinking of, yeah. So yeah, I think that needs to be in the conditions as well. It's a long time.
Sure, let my team mull on that, and we'll have probably a response on that for you in a little bit. But yeah, certainly I don't think there's any objection, as we kind of showed with our commitments related to the transportation improvements. We're not afraid of coming forward and making commitments earlier in the process.
And David, I think you're getting ready to move to elevations if I saw the.
Correct.
Okay. And I don't know if this question is more appropriate to wait, but I'm just going to go ahead and throw it out there now so we're thinking about it.
All right.
So on a lot size that's 5,200 square feet, what size home would that be based on our LDO?
I'm going to let John speak to that when
Okay.
he comes up. But
I just
thank
want to
you.
get it out there.
Good question.
Thank you.
Any other takers? Okay. So yeah, we did include as part of our application also some example elevations for both our alley-loaded homes as well as our front-loaded homes. These are meant to be representative of the types of structures that we could see built here that we're envisioning that would be aligned with the architectural conditions that you have included with your application as well. So on the screen before you are just a number of different types of examples of rear-loaded single-family homes. These would be the ones with the alleys behind that kind of represent what we envision and again are aligned with those architectural list conditions. This slide shows you example elevations for front-loaded homes. Again, similar, you'll note, looking at these, some of the architectural conditions stand out, such as the incorporation of the glass on your on your garage doors, your front porches being present on all units, kind of architectural differentiation between one unit and the next. We also included a number of example images for our active and passive open spaces within our application. This is not just to kind of give you a little bit of a vision of what we intend, but also it helps us in our design process to kind of create a vision board for our active spaces, our gathering spaces as we go through the process, think about how these interplay with each other, where they best fit within development. So that's part of the reason we like to incorporate these into our applications. You'll see on the screen an example of a gathering area with fire pits and seating, a public clubhouse and pool, hard surface courts, tennis and pickleball, as well as some improved open spaces that still kind of pay homage to your natural areas in the form of these nature play areas you see with the children there. And finally, we included some example imagery for our passive open spaces in terms of greenway trails, soft trails, to give you a sense of how those different areas could be formed to really give access to these natural areas that surround our site, that flow through our site in different formats that are more or less sensitive to the areas that they're allowing you access to. And finally, I can never have a presentation without mentioning, we love opportunities for things within passive open space, such as pollinator gardens. I think they're a great opportunity to have an environmentally friendly kind of program that provides not just benefits to plant life, but as well as insect life and opportunities for public education. So with that, I will hand it off to our transportation expert, but I will be available for some additional questions.
Any questions?
Yes, sir.
Before you hand it off, I think we're going to take a break.
Sure.
So, I know we've been going a little while, so let's break till 9:15. And I would suggest anybody that wants to speak at the public hearing, be sure you sign the sheet before we come back in session, because I'm probably going to go by sheet tonight. So make sure you get your name on there if you want to speak. So with that, we're going to adjourn to 9:15. she came with, I understand that she's kept in,
Right.
So I left and then air came on. Air came on. It is, but I couldn't breathe for a second there. I need my jacket.
Okay, well, I'll call back to order the legislative hearing MA 21-10 and ANX 2207 Pierce Farm. And we will entertain our next speaker. This is applicant.
Good evening. My name is Brittany Chase with Exalt Engineering. It's good to see you all again. Address is 304 West Millbrook Road in Raleigh. We are working with the development team to ensure responsible and safe development. Matt Peach, who is the on-call traffic consultant for the town, is here. They prepared the traffic study for this development, and so he can answer specific questions related to the traffic study. But we wanted to take a moment to walk through the commitments and the transportation benefits that this development will bring to the area. The purpose of the TIA is to determine the impact of the proposed site on the study intersections and to identify roadway improvements necessary to mitigate that impact. And we can determine the impact by studying the future year scenario without the development in place and comparing that to the future year with the development in place to be able to measure that impact specific to the site. So that the idea being that when the development is built and the improvements are constructed, we want those intersections to operate similarly to how they would if the development were not built. The study area for this TIA included the intersections of 401 at Forestville Road, Burlington Mills at Forestville Road, Burlington Mills at South Main, and Burlington Mills at Ligon Mill, as well as the proposed site driveways. And between the Pierce Farm developer commitments, along with improvements committed to by other developers in the area, there will be substantial improvements constructed at each of those study intersections. Based on the analysis, the measurable impact of the proposed Pierce Farm development was confined to the intersection of Forestville Road at Burlington Mills Road, as well as the site driveways. Let's see. You should have this exhibit in your packets.
Would you like some height?
Thank you.
All good?
So at the intersection of Forestville Road and Burlington Mills Road, the traffic improvements include a westbound right turn lane, a southbound right turn lane, as well as the lengthening of each of the existing left turn lanes at the intersection. This exhibit shows the blue pavement, or the existing pavement in blue, and the widening associated with these improvements is shown in red. As David mentioned, these improvements are needed with Phase 2, but the developer has committed to constructing these improvements early. The developer has been diligent to find a solution that works within the available right-of-way to come up with an alternative that minimizes the impacts to Heritage Market and Harvest Moon with needing just a small amount of right-of-way to the Wake Electric site. The developer is also working to find design solutions that meet the DOT and town requirements for traffic improvements, but also enhances those adjacent parcels. It's my understanding the developer plans to make a contribution to the adjacent parcels to be used for site enhancements such as driveway safety, stormwater, and landscaping. And I just wanted to note that due to the increased capacity that these roadway improvements bring to the intersection is actually projected to operate better in the future with the development in place and these improvements in place than if the development were not built at all. So on this picture, on this exhibit, north is to the left of the screen. So this is the proposed access on Forestville Road. So in addition to those improvements we talked about at the intersection of Forestville and Burlington, there will be improvements at each of the site driveways. This is what we call Access A, shown on Forestville Road. The improvements here include turn lanes into the site driveway, so a southbound left turn lane and northbound right turn lane into the site, as well as the town UDO requirements for that frontage widening. Can't tell which, yeah.
I can't tell what you're talking about.
I understand.
And we don't have this in our packet.
You don't have it in your packet. Okay, I apologize. So this north is this way. This is your southbound left into the site, and this is your northbound right into the site. Again, the blue is the existing pavement, and the red is your widening associated with these improvements.
And correction, apparently I do, I just couldn't find it.
Okay, okay.
Page is it?
So you said to the left is south?
North. Yep, see the north arrow on the screen?
No, but, okay,
Right here in the legend. North is this way.
okay.
Okay. This is Forestville Road. So the half of the ultimate section widening will also be required. The ultimate section for Forestville is 4-lane divided with side paths. And the intent of this exhibit is to really show you the extent of this widening. We do have to taper back down to the existing 2-lane section, and so this is about 1,700 feet. 1,500 feet of kind of construction limits. And within these construction limits, the developer is committed to improving the driveway aprons of the driveways that you see along the roadway. Most of these driveways are gravel. The developer is committed to replacing that material with asphalt at where it connects to Forestville, and really creating a safety benefit there for those residences. Also, I drive up and down Forestville Road every day. I understand what it feels like in this corridor. It's very narrow with steep ditches. The developer within the construction limits, again, has committed to wide shoulders with flatter ditches, flatter slopes, or a curb and gutter section to accommodate the drainage.
So how many lanes are they adding?
It's just a northbound right turn lane and a southbound left turn lane. And then there's the frontage widening that's required just along the frontage.
So it's still gonna be 2 lanes?
Yeah, 2 through lanes, yes.
Was there ever talk about more than 2 lanes?
Not through lanes, no. That's part of the ultimate section, though.
Okay. I'm sorry, I probably threw you off.
All right, so here we have Burlington Mills. This time north is up, and we have a proposed driveway. This is a right in, right out driveway, what we call Access B. Access C aligns with Centaur Road, which is a full movement, and Access D aligns with Huntington Creek, which is a full movement as well. Turn lanes are needed into all of the site driveways. So if a left turn lane is, or if a left turn movement is permitted, a left turn lane will be there, and then right turn lanes at each of those site driveways. And we'll also be constructing half of that ultimate section along Burlington Mills as well for the property frontage. Burlington Mills ultimate section is also a 4-lane divided, but with bike lanes and sidewalks.
Wait, what did you say is 4-lane divided?
4-lane divided with bike lanes and sidewalks.
Where?
On Burlington Mills, yeah. So along the sections that we have frontage. So here and here, we'll be doing that frontage widening.
So is this just
Half
to?
of it, yeah, on our side. But in addition to that, so typically when we put in a left turn lane at these 2 driveways, you would have your storage and it would taper back down. But the developer has committed to constructing, this is an extra, this is not something that was as a result of the TIA, a 3rd center lane from Access D all the way to Access C. And this is really gonna improve this corridor because again, I drive this road weekly. I know how it feels with the turns and it feels really narrow. This is gonna really beef up this corridor and make it feel a lot safer. It's gonna provide opportunities for the roadways along this section to be able to turn safely in and out off of Burlington Mills.
So you said that's a center lane,
Center turn, yeah.
and that is from between entrances?
Yes.
So is that like a passing lane?
It's more of a turn lane that will service all those roadways in between there. And when someone's trying to turn out, they'll be able to sit in that turn lane as they're coming out. And again, that's an extra. That is not something that came out of the traffic study.
Sometimes I just feel if you all could show us something in motion, you know what I mean, to see how that's working, because I'm still getting a little lost on how the center lane is going to work in both directions.
So it's like, I think we have one on South Main, I think, a two-way left turn lane down South Main.
We're on South Main.
Along, I think there's one right out here, isn't there? A two-way left turn lane where you turn out and you can sit in it? I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
It's just a center lane.
Gotcha.
Yep,
gotcha.
so it'll just be an
You get in it
opportunity
before
to
you turn.
safely store those vehicles, you know, that are waiting to turn in or out. You know, if you want to turn, if you're turning left out, you can cross the traffic coming in this way. So you sit there and then you wait till you can. Thank you very much.
I see. The one with the two,
Yes,
the
it's a-
lines
so-
on the
Yeah.
inside. Yeah, I
There's
see.
a
what
lot
you're
of
saying.
county neighborhoods out there, right?
There's a lot of county neighborhoods, I believe so.
That will
I
be
believe this
used.
is county,
And
yep.
If you're looking at your drawing here, I mean, it looks like it's three right to the north of
Yeah.
it.
There's going to be a lot of traffic looking at the numbers. So how are they all going to sit in that lane? Because it's not going from South Main Street all the way to 401.
Is this it right here? Fit to width? Well, I'm so bad at this.
It's going to be a hot whatever.
Yep, yep. Do you know that?
Yeah, right here goes back to that.
Gotcha, thank you. Let's see. In terms of additional extras that we wanted to talk about, the developer has revised the proposed site plan. Actually, I'm gonna go back to that site plan real quick to show you.
Did he revise it to the point of how, my question was, with that center lane, there's going to be a lot of cars waiting to get into that center lane.
Where are you talking about?
From the two areas you just showed on the screen.
At the site driveways? So at the site driveways, all that was needed was 50 feet of storage to accommodate the vehicles that are going to be turning in. And that's based on the vehicles turning into the site. Was it 50 or 100, Matt?
The storage length was 50 feet of full.
Okay, yeah. So 50 feet is needed. That's the recommendation that came from the analysis shown in the TIA. 50 feet is all that's needed to store those vehicles turning left, and that's based on the left turn vehicles as well as the opposing traffic.
So it would be 50 feet on either side of each?
The left turn storage, the length of that left turn lane should be 50 feet based on the volume.
All right, gotcha.
Does that make sense? Okay. So the developer has recently revised the proposed site layout to make the connection between Burlington Mills Road and Forestville Road more of a straight shot through the site, essentially. So this connection will provide an alternate route that vehicles can use and avoid the intersection of Forestville at Burlington Mills altogether. So this would apply to those vehicles heading west on Burlington Mills and turning left to go south on Forestville, and those going north on Forestville turning right to go east on Burlington Mills. And there is available capacity based on the TIA results to accommodate additional vehicles using this cut-through. And we expect relief at the intersection due to the increased desire to use this route instead.
So I have a question about that road. What, is that road going to be like Granite Falls Boulevard as a reference for me?
In terms of what part
Is that
of
the
it?
type of road that's going to be built there?
Two-lane, I'm not sure what the cross-section is for that roadway. Is it a two-lane?
Yeah, the intention is a
35 mile per hour?
two-lane undivided road with, we envision some on-street parking, since we do see that as kind of a community gathering area that also help control speeds a little bit as well, with street trees.
It appeared there's no driveways on that road either, right?
Correct, yeah, there's
Oh, we're facing.
no lots have front driveways accessing that road to really allow that traffic to flow without having those conflict points of people coming in and out of the
So
cars.
when she said a straight shot, there's no driveways, anything to.
We do have two traffic circles, they're, smaller traffic circles to both kind of act as transitions and to slow them a little bit as they're coming through.
On that
Yeah.
road?
Correct.
And when I said straight shot, I don't mean it's going to be like a speed tunnel. I just meant it's improved from the last version.
Circles, where's the traffic circles at?
I was just going to point out where those traffic circles are located. So where we have our local street connection coming back in, you have a traffic circle located here, as well as another small traffic circle located here by our kind of main recreational amenity.
So is that road going to be built first?
I think it will be built, yeah, with phase 1, because access A and C are part of phase 1.
So they'll have two options at that point?
Phase 1 will, yes.
And that would be inside of the community, right?
It goes through the community.
Right.
Yes.
So that would be available from the very beginning. And then you will have, what we were just discussing at before, on Burlington Mills and Forestville Road. So they'll all be constructed prior
Improvements.
to,
100th CO is for the improvements at Forestville and Burlington Mills.
okay.
And again, they weren't needed until phase 2, so this is, they're committing to construct them a lot earlier.
Is that in writing?
I believe it's part of the conditions in writing, that the improvements will be early, yep. And ultimately, we believe this collector really satisfies the town's collector street plan as well with this connection. June?
I was just going to mention, when we're talking about some of those improvements we're making up front with Burlington Mill and Forestville, you know, we're looking at about $3 or $3.5 million worth of improvements just with our off-sites coming up front. So substantial investment because we know that's a concern and we want to address it up front.
Another overall benefit we see with the annexation of Pierce Farms into Rollsville town limits, there will be increased policing in the area. And I know some residents have complained about the speeding issues along these roadways, so that will really help to help with those concerns.
There'll be increased policing?
Policing, because it will now be part of the town of Rollsville. So right now, those police officers don't need to come through and police this area, but they will when it's part of the town of Rollsville. Overall, the enhancements the development brings to the area in transportation improvements, pedestrian and bike connections, and safety through stormwater and individual property owner driveway improvements. This development will serve to bring benefit to the community as a whole and serve as a connecting piece in the future to transportation infrastructure for the community. I'm going to hand it off to John Myers to speak to the market data for Rollsville and the development facts for the project.
I have one more question for you.
Okay.
You talk about the individual neighbor driveways.
Yes.
How many driveways? And when I heard what you said, and what I envisioned is, to me, what would be look like a stub. Is that correct?
Stub.
Is it? You know how when you stub out a street when you're getting ready to, so in case another neighborhood comes and.
Oh, in terms of phasing the development, what it will look like?
Is that what that driveway is going to look like for those people? Because I'm assuming that it's a certain amount of asphalt so far into their property. Is that correct?
Well, so we've got one access point on Forestville Road that will be constructed with phase 1, as well as this access point that aligns with Centaur will be constructed with phase 1 as well.
The neighbors that you're going to, didn't you mention that you are going to?
Yeah, I think she's asking, if I may, I think she's asking the ones you're doing for the private people up
Yeah,
there
the
now,
private
how is that gonna-
neighbors.
How far,
Okay.
how far will it go up in
The
there?
asphalt.
Yes,
portion.
I'm sorry. I
I'm
could've been
sorry.
more clear than that. I'm sorry.
No, I get it. I'm not sure if there's a committed length, 25 feet. I don't know.
Construction zone at
Okay.
this point.
Okay, within the right-of-way, essentially,
Whatever we have to, yeah.
into the property.
So neighbors that may need, if the topo were to require.
Could you come up?
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I'm sorry. I don't know these details.
I think this is
so I
important for the
apologize.
commissioners, so if you would kind of state your name.
Jacob Anderson, 1105 Willowgrass. I think the intent, there's about 7 to 10 driveways on Burlington Mill, probably around 10 on Forestville. And the intent is for all of the construction road that is being the road that's being constructed along both roads, the intent is to improve the driveways of those neighbors who are being impacted. So if we are coming through and adding stormwater and we're having to go across your driveway, we're wanting to improve that driveway to create a larger apron, like a 20-foot landing, so that you can pull off of Forestville, which is become a big problem, and you can pull onto Forestville. So a lot of these neighbors can't pull out of their driveways because it's gravel. We hear a lot of concerns with deliveries and things, and we're working with neighbors, just try to work through some of those minor issues that get overlooked. More substantially, obviously, we mentioned at Harvest Moon and at Heritage Market, those neighbors are heavily impacted by turn lanes and movements. So working with them on site, we've provided agreements to them with $40,000 to $50,000 worth of on-site improvements. We're trying to figure out now where to kind of massage those around so that those make the most sense for those direct businesses or maybe some of the homeowners that live next door. Mr. Perry's here. He is one of the more heavily impacted neighbors at this site access driveway A. The goal with Mr. Perry would be to increase the similar improvements. If you can see, he's got a turn lane in front of his home, pulling off of his driveway onto Forestville. There's safety concerns today, so we're going to relocate driveways with his permission. Relocate his driveway to be onto site access A as if he may be in the neighborhood, so that eventually he can pull off onto site access A, have proper landscaping, buffers. We'll demo his driveway, pull that up, replace it onto site access A so that he has a safer movement coming in and out of the neighborhood or to Forestville Road. Eventually there'll be a light at site access A, which makes it even safer. Miss Judy is.
Do you mind using the pointer? I like the old.
Yes, ma'am.
Talking about when you're saying the words.
And is there a light on both sides?
Yeah.
The light would be for the intersections. That's a good question, Michelle, Ms. Medley. So this is Mr. Perry's house here. Just relocating this driveway to access onto site access A would allow for him to not have to pull out any longer onto Forestville Road and interact with any of this traffic coming into the neighborhood. We know that's a big burden for Mr. Perry, so we're doing whatever we can financially to work with him on that. In terms of the construction of this, et cetera, I think there's been some other conversations, if I'm not mistaken, to even make him happier, hopefully. And so, Ms. Medley, a prominent family lives here. Miss Judy, she's asked questions too about her pulling out here. A lot of her driveways are family members. So we're just working maybe with something more comprehensive with them that allows them all to have truck access and do some things for deliveries and such to come out here. Eventually this will be a light, so she would have access to that light and something safer. So the other thing outside of again, and there's about 20 to plus families that we do have to deal with, so I ask you to be patient because it's going to be about a 1.5 year process of dealing with them. Other items that were not mentioned. So our goal, I drive this road every day. I live about a half a mile from here. The problem with this road is there's not shoulders, there's not safety nets, there's not proper driveway aprons, there's not police, there's not anything to slow traffic or to calm traffic. There's also nothing I tried to pull into Miss Judy's driveway one Saturday. There was about 7 cars behind me. There was just nothing safe for me to do that with. So our goal is to provide, as you see in red, outside of the driveway aprons, just a safer shoulder, even if it's 3 to 4 or 5 feet with the right grade so that you don't have this ditch that you're scared to run into. Safer stormwater options, safer shoulders, grades, and things, just to provide a safety net. The other thing that Brittany mentioned, but is a safety net, just these center turn lanes. Even though you're seeing just the turn lane at 50 feet, we're willing to do more because we're already doing the tapering. So those tapering areas allow for cars to maybe get out of the way or maybe to pull over and have a safety option. So if you go to Drayton Reserve, which is just down here, you start to understand those safety options just by having some level of road improvements. So that's the goal. Again, the other thing on both Burlington Mill and Forestville, if allowed by DOT, the goal for us would be to do curb and gutter so that the grades and things start to get a little bit better. And specifically here, there's a lot of stormwater buildup around this area heading towards Thomas Creek. We'd love to get that stormwater just out of it and down the road so that none of these neighbors see further impact by the road improvements, the extra impervious or such. So, is that good? So we understand the safety, and we're doing all that we can to make sure that we're looking at every individual the same as the town would look at this project as a whole.
I think April had the original question. You good?
Yeah, I think, I heard that you're going, well, when you were sitting down, you said you're going as far into the property as need be, depending on the type of topography and what have you.
Yes.
Yes, so we'll work with, most of the road improvements and things that we have to do are all within the right of way. There's some inches we're playing with at Forestville and Burlington Mill, but we're working within the right of way at Forestville and Burlington Mill. The primary goal, April, will be for those neighbors who need extra safety. We'll work with them on extra grading, and we'll have to get, permission, easements and things from them to make their life better. So to give for us to give an extra 4 to 5 feet of shoulder for about 10 to 15 feet, is what you should do to do the right thing. And that will allow for some safety options for all of these neighbors along both roads.
All right, thank you.
All right. And I apologize, I spoke into the crowd to try and answer that question for you.
Good evening. My name is John Myers. I'm with a company called JPM South Development. We're a local development group. We've been in the marketplace for over 20 years. Myself personally, I appreciate your time this evening and the opportunity to speak with you. I'm going to change tact here a little bit, maybe get out of some of the technical weeds, and let's look at kind of bigger picture. And where does the vision come from for a community like this? What are we trying to achieve? Sort of how do we get there? And very different than a lot of the nuts and bolts that we've talked about today. So we'll zoom out and trying to create some context. For a starting point, I think from a national standpoint as an industry, the home building industry and development industry deal with a number of factors that are kind of big picture factors. Economy, the affordability factor, interest rates, all things that influence what we do. There's a lot of social influences out there right now. Inclusiveness, equity, people want choices, diversity. There's a lot of social influence that plays into the directions that we pick, technology, how people live their lives, and then the regulatory environment. Certainly that's ever changing. There's cost implications to that. There's development restriction implications to that as well. So all of that is part of the backdrop that we work with from a big picture standpoint as we start to try and hone in on a project and what we might be able to do with a piece of property. Those factors also influence national trends. And if we look out over the last 20 years or so, there's a number of trends that have been taking place. One is there's an increase in diversity in housing. If you go back 30 years ago, quarter-acre lot, that was pretty much the deal. Wasn't a whole lot else out there unless you were really urban and inner city. Now, there's a lot more housing choices than there were back 20 years ago. That's also led to a decrease in your typical lot size. Once again, quarter-acre lots been replaced with everything from townhouses to alley-fed single-family villa lots, you name it. But lot sizes right now, in today's world, single-family wise, between 40 and 60 feet are very common. So you've seen lot sizes come down. There's been a big increase in focus on open spaces and community gathering spaces and amenities. And how do you get creative with those opportunities? Connectedness is another trend that is huge, and that's not just connectedness within a community, it's also connectedness to outside the community. And I know there was a reference earlier in looking at the plan and the budget and looking out ahead and discussion about being able to walk on a greenway system from Rollsville to Wake Forest. Perfect example, but it's how do you connect all of these different parts of the community, both internal and external. There's also been an increased emphasis on environmental preservation. Over the last 20 years, we've seen buffers continue to increase in areas that you don't get into, but those are not necessarily just restrictions, they're also opportunities. And I think if a creatively laid out land plan can really take advantage of those types of features as well. And then I think another important trend has been public accountability for projects. So if project is being put forward, like we're talking about here, what is it going to do for the community? Is it going to contribute in some meaningful fashion as well through public land dedication, off-site improvements, whatever it might be? There's a whole myriad of ways that communities can give back as well. And so that's another trend that's been continuing and continuing to grow. So if we look at all of those trends and say, okay, what does that mean here locally? There's, I think, some pretty good examples to take a look at how that can play out. If we go back 20 years ago, 3 large projects started on this side of town. One was Bedford, another was Heritage, and a third was Wakefield Plantation. 3 large master planned communities, 1,000 to 2,000 units or more in these cases. And what did those communities offer? If you look at Bedford, Bedford has over 10 different product offerings: townhomes, single families, alley load, front load products, wide range of price points. Approximately 30% of the property in Bedford was dedicated to open space. Many community parks, gathering spaces, and a whole greenway trail system that combined with the sidewalks, Bedford's a community that I developed. We used to be able to market that you could essentially walk through the entire community and have a marathon and never be on the same sidewalk twice. So it's kind of fun, but once again, sort of bringing everything together. Heritage, and certainly the Emmons family did a wonderful job with that. Huge landmark project in the Triangle Marketplace. Again, many different product offerings, many different price points, commercial, school sites, all sorts of different public benefits that went along with that community. And Wakefield Plantation, very similar as well. Lots of different products, over 3,000 units on roughly 1,000 acres of residential there. So approximately 3 units to the acre on that community. Again, trails, sidewalks, open spaces. So all of these different elements coming together. For context as well, Bedford was 2.8 units to the acre. So 1,700 units on 600 acres. Just for some relative comparison, really very similar to what's being proposed here at Pierce Farm from a density standpoint. So that was 20 years ago. Those communities were moving forward. They're all sold out at this point in time. I think they were all very successful from a sales standpoint, and they've all done extremely well at holding their values and the property values and product values and upkeep, and a lot of that has to do with something we'll touch on in just a second here, which is community governance. A strong, well thought out set of HOA documents, strong architectural covenants, and then ultimately community governance of those covenants to ensure that property values in the community are upheld going forward. So if we move forward to 10 years ago, same general geographic area, several other projects came about. Traditions being one. That was another community that I developed. 900 units in Traditions, 8 different product series, townhomes, single families, alley load, front load. Again, a lot of choices, a lot of diversity, a lot of options for people. Many miles of greenway trail, nice amenity package, conservation areas set aside. All things that people are looking for today, because right now you look at buyers, and as they're looking at options and choices that fit their lifestyle, they're willing to trade off lot size for all these other amenities because these other amenities fit their lifestyle. Another good example right now is Holding Village, another Wake Forest project. Again, townhomes, single-family lots that range anywhere from 35 to about, I might think 60 feet might be their biggest in there. Again, alley load, front load. Again, that choice, that diversity. Wendell Falls, huge project. There in Wendell, about 4,000 units. Again, sort of the same theme. And then 5401, which is a project I've been developing for the last 9 years. Again, lots of different products, 3 different townhome series there, 4 different single-family options in the 1,100 for-sale units there at 5401. Lot sizes range anywhere from, on the single-family side, the smallest lots are 32 foot wide. The largest lots are just over 50 feet wide. So not large lots, but again, people are trading off for extensive amenities, open space. The greenway system is right there. So, when you look at these communities, and these communities, when they had all of their product offerings available, were extremely successful, selling 15 to 30 homes a month, typically. Bedford, actually, our best year at Bedford was 468 sales, so it was more than a sale a day. But a lot of that's driven by what the community had to offer and the fact that there was a lot of choices, and we really were able to cater to a wider demographic there in terms of life stage, what people are looking for. And so if we look at sort of common elements of those 7 communities, all of them very successful, it's product diversity. They all had 4 to 10 different product offerings, mix of towns, singles, alleys, front loads, ranch-style product, 2-story product. A lot of, I think, what you're seeing here today and what was presented there by David and the team. Internal and external connectedness via trail systems, linking to the outside, and at the same time bringing everybody together internally as well. Creative amenity packages, all part of that. Inclusiveness and equity. That's one of the nice things, too, about a large master plan community. You might be in a $250,000 townhouse or a $900,000 single-family house. You have access to all the same amenities. It's all inclusive. So the opportunity to bring people together in these types of communities is a real opportunity. Another common element, HOA governance, once again, for preservation of community values, upholding property values, property maintenance, all of those types of things, and governance for the enjoyment of all. Supported needs of the greater community is another big one. Depending on which property or project we're talking about here, there is everything from off-site road improvements to dedicated property and land for schools or EMS stations or public parks or whatever it might be. So once again, an opportunity to give back. So as we kind of look at the vision and say, all right, kind of how do we create something successful here, those are all factors that sort of play in as we look at what's been done in the past and at the same time try and build on that and then look at how we adapt that to going forward. And so if we look at Pierce Farm and say, okay, what are we doing here? We're proposing 4 different product lines, 2 different alley product lines, and then 50 and 60-foot single-family lots. I think the question was raised, what size houses will those accommodate? Typically on the alley product, you would expect to see 2,000 to 3,500 square foot for the housing. And on a 50 and 60-foot lot, you could be anywhere from 2,000 to 4,000 square feet. And some of that's going to be driven by, is it a ranch product or a 2-story? Ranches, you get to a 2,600 square foot ranch, that's a big footprint, that's a big ranch house. 2-story product, much easier to get to 34, 36, 3,800 square feet. But that's probably the square footage range you would see here. So this community will bring a range of products, a range of choices which people are looking for, also a range of price points. When you're on the smaller end of the square footage line on a smaller product, you're probably going to try and be somewhere in the $350 to maybe $450 price point. As you get onto some of the larger lots, the 50 or 60 foot, and you might have a 3,500 square foot house, That's probably in today's world going to be 600, 700,000 with just the way pricing has moved in the last 24 to 36 months across our marketplace as a whole. So affordability is relative to today's world and not where we were 5 years ago because things have changed so much. But once again, relative affordability is something that we try and factor in as we look at the options that would be available here.
I'm sorry, what was the smallest size lot you said?
A small size lot?
Not lot.
Oh, house?
Square foot.
Probably 2,000-ish. And once again, that's, there's not a builder selected, so builders have different product range, but that's probably a reasonable assumption for what would be a floor.
Around 2,000?
2,000 would probably be about a reasonable floor, and that might be a ranch in that case as well, because ranches tend to be smaller on the square footage size. So we have a lot of choices, good product options, extensive preserved open space. Here's another one, and I think David spent some time talking about all of the area in the green corridor running through the middle of the property. In addition to that, there's active and passive open spaces set aside, park areas set aside and being dedicated, public and private trails, sidewalk, all of that, teeing this project up, not just to be connected internally in the near term, but also to look out in the future and make sure that this property here, this community, will integrate with everything going on around it in Rollsville and then hopefully into Wake Forest as well. Again, I think in terms of inclusiveness and equity and everybody will have access to all of the amenities within the community. Everybody will have a voice within the HOA. HOA governance and architectural guidelines and other strong architectural commitments that have been made as part of the presentation package and the zoning document. Once again, trying to ensure quality, not just with the initial construction, but going forward as well. So as people invest in a community and in a house, which is typically people's largest purchase, they want to be comfortable that their property values are going to be protected. And then I think support for the greater community. I mean, the dedicated land for public use, the public greenway trails, the off-site improvements, all of that, trying once again to make sure that this community is also giving back and being part of problem solving, as it were, within the surrounding area. So, what we've tried to put together is a plan that is well designed to meet the market needs of today's marketplace. Also, that is going to be interconnected and is current with today's social values and is contributing to the well-being of the greater area. And there's a couple points that I picked up in the presentations that were made earlier that I thought were important. And in the budget conversation, it was noted that about 75% of the revenue comes from either property taxes, I think that was about 50%, and then I think maybe it was 24% on sales taxes or so. 74%, I think a community such as Pierce Farm would once again contribute in a pretty robust way to that revenue stream. And then also, Mayor Curran, you opened the meeting with a proclamation there for small businesses. And I think that is really timely and appropriate with what we're talking about here as well, and kind of where the town is. The town has that incredibly exciting Main Street project going on. We're fortunate that we are working with Crosland and helping them on that project. Publix, obviously the anchor. There will be other small businesses and shops, and that's all part of that. Those businesses, those shops all need communities like this. They need rooftops. They need rooftops in proximity and communities that will support them and help them thrive as well. So,
A few questions. Are you nearing the end?
I'm done. Yes.
Because I don't want to forget one question.
Sure.
Okay, so you called out 3 different developments.
Yes.
You worked on all 4 of those, is that my understanding, or is that incorrect?
No, I developed Bedford, Wakefield, Traditions, and 5401. Yes.
Bedford has a retail component. Is it within the community?
It is. So Bedford is 600 acres. It had originally I want to say it was a 12-acre retail core component embedded right in the middle of the community. The challenge with that was there wasn't enough drive-by traffic. And so when we got to where we had probably 1,200 or so homes built in Bedford, it was apparent there were not takers for that retail component on the scale that we had it. So we ended up going back in, converting half of it to townhomes. The other half is retail. There's a daycare preschool, there's a gym, there's like a coffee, gelato shop, I want to say a sushi place, a dry cleaner, a real estate shop. So there's a small strip in there that seems to be thriving. Some of those uses, the daycare has been there, gosh, for 15 years probably.
And then just one other clarification. You know, it's on 54, how do you say it?
5401 North, yes.
5401
Yeah.
North. And that has a retail component to it?
So that's right there at 540 and 401.
By Wake Tech?
So, yes, right beside Wake Tech. And so per the zoning, I'm going to ballpark the acreages, but they'll be about right. There was about 70 acres or so of commercial retail. It was in there. There was roughly maybe 200 acres of dedicated for sale residential. And then there was a sale of a park parcel to the city of Raleigh. There's about 40 acres. And then there was a middle school that was constructed on the property and sold to the Wake County Public School System. Yep. So the residential is 90+% developed out at this point in time, 1,100 homes on there. The commercial, a couple of parcels in the commercial have become apartments, and they're just starting to get the commercial rolling right now. There's a small strip center that's kind of in the center of the property, and then they've got a Southeastern credit union there. So they're starting to get moving on that, but the commercial has been pretty slow. Yes.
Isn't there like a little brewery there too now?
Heyday Brewery, yep.
Okay.
Yep.
How long
Yeah,
is
that's
that?
in that little strip
You
center.
finished with your question? I actually have a question for you because you're naming these choices, these options. So that I understand, can you say what those options are again?
Yes, so there's two different sizes of alley-loaded single-family
Okay,
lots that
just
should be
making
able to
sure.
support two different product series. And then there's a 50-foot wide front-load single-family lot and a 60-foot wide front-load single-family lot.
Okay, so when you say that, to me, that's not an option, really. I mean, I get it being an option relative to the definition, but to me, an option is more than single-family. Some of the neighborhoods you mentioned, there are single-family, there's townhomes, and just like 5401, there's apartments. This is not offering that.
No, it doesn't, and David would be a better one to speak to the zoning categories, but my understanding is
Right.
that
And I remember when we
townhomes
spoke,
were not.
no, by all means, if you want to talk. But there, when you keep saying all these options with these other developments, that's not pertaining to this one.
No.
Right, there's no commercial, there's no retail. It's just a lot of homes on small lots, which is the complaint that I keep getting.
It was let known from the town from very early in the process
Yes.
there would be no townhomes and be no commercial on the site. And the largest complaint we've heard is of traffic.
Right.
Single-family standalone housing is the lowest impact traffic use of a piece of land. So
Right,
if you wanna
and
add
you shared
commercial-
that with me, so I'm not saying you didn't.
So you can see why we didn't go with commercial or townhomes when we were explicitly told not to do that.
Who told you that?
The town did from very early in the process.
Okay, I wasn't,
That was what was known at the very beginning of the project with the application. It was let known that there would be no townhomes in this part of town and that there is no commercial on this, in the residential medium. I'm pretty sure we talked about
What does townhomes do to the density of?
It increases it a lot, because if you actually look at all the, if you look at the communities being improved in Roseville right now, most of them are at 3.2, 3.5 units an acre. We're 2.5 units an acre. So I want to stress that we're 2.5 units an acre. This is half of what the available density is on this.
It's 2.7, right?
It's capped at 2.7. The picture that you're seeing is 2.5. That's 650 homes, 660 homes. So we can add townhomes, you can add commercial, that adds a lot more traffic impacts, adds a lot more, sewer, utilities, lights, all of that down the road. And just, I just had to butt in because it was stressed there would not be townhomes in this section of Roseville from very early in the process, and I just want to get out.
But people don't want density over there. They think it's too much density, too many houses. That's, townhomes just will make it worse, right?
Yes, typically.
I only reference that because when you say choices, to me, this is just to me, and I don't do what you do, but when you're referring to a choice as rear loading, alley loading, it's still a single-family house, right? But when I look at choices, I'm looking at, okay, and I get the conversation you and I had, single-family homes, the various lot sizes, it doesn't seem like it's offering more. But is that a choice you made to go into like mid-size? What?
Well, sorry, finish your question.
Was that a choice that you made to go into that type of zoning? Like, are you requesting to go into, what was it? What is yours? Mid-something?
We're residential
Medium density.
It's on the
Was that the
comprehensive
only
plan.
choice that was available to you?
Yes, it's on the comprehensive plan.
So as we create housing options, we're working with a narrower band than we would typically be able to do. But even if, for example, Del Webb, we developed the Del Webb property on the north side of Traditions for them, and they have distinct product lines for their 50-foot lots and distinct product line for their 60-foot lots. It is still a single-family detached, but nonetheless, they are different offerings and they segment product that way, and that's what builders will typically do is, and via square footage caps, pricing caps, they'll work it to create that differentiation utilizing the different lot sizes.
I know, I just guess when I hear you say, options, like these, we're offering 4 different products.
Well,
I just wanted to be clear that you're still offering a single-family house, but it's
correct.
Basically where you're getting into your house, where you're parking your car.
But there's multiple floor plans and layouts within each section. So there's 4 lot sizes. Within each of those lot sizes, there'll be 2 or 3 different floor plans at a minimum for each different
5
lot
or
size.
6 probably.
So when you
No, and I get that part. I mean, I'm not disputing that, and I'm really not disputing too much, I think. But I am saying that I just hate that it's only single-family homes and not townhomes, but I wouldn't want that area to be any more overwhelmed than it's going to be with what's going to happen over there.
And that's what's occurred. So Ms. Medley, a 40-foot lot essentially allows for a detached townhome. So your average 3-story townhome right now is about 2,000 to 2,100 square feet. That 40-foot, the 45-foot lot allows you for that smaller home that's a better price point, but also keeps the density lower, which we were directed from the very beginning. So to be very clear there, it is single-family homes, but you're averaging 2,000 to 4,000 square feet. The 2,000 is essentially almost a detached townhome.
Thank you. Okay,
Thank you very much.
I think you said you had a question too,
I
Mayor?
have one more for you, but then I have, oops, I didn't know my mic wasn't on, sorry. Just one more for you. And you mentioned ranch homes. Is that in the plan? Because the elevations were showing 2-story, and then he just mentioned 3 stories. Were there ranch homes included in that?
I know the intention
part of the
is to
plan?
have ranch plans in there. Is there a ranch elevation?
I didn't see one.
But it is the intent, yes, that ranch
You said
plans will
3-story?
be.
He said 3-story?
Well, he just mentioned 3-story townhome.
Oh, I was like, well, wait a second.
Essentially the size of the lot. The lot that a home we would build on a 40-foot lot.
Yeah, there's not an intent to build 3-story single families here.
Okay.
But a ranch home, like a Del Webb home, does fit on all of these product lines.
Yep.
And I know that's been a question of yours, of ranch product, and I just want you to know that.
That's a distinction on the square footage range too, because the ranches typically will be towards the lower end of the square footage range because it's single level living.
Gotcha. My other question's for our traffic engineer, so.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, any other presenters, I'm gonna say? Meredith, you got it? I'm gonna call. Can someone bring the sign-up sheet up, me, please?
I would just like to know, were they told they couldn't build townhomes or commercial over there?
Yeah, I don't think the neighbors want high density, do they?
No, but I'm just wondering, were they told that by town staff?
The commercial. That's the part I don't understand, the
Can I
commercial.
say one more thing? On the commercial aspect, I would advise you to go look back at Austin Williams spoke at the planning board meeting, and he talked about how this neighborhood's crucial for the Wahlberg development, including Publix, and he talked very well about how even if we don't have commercial on this piece of land, it's very much affecting the commercial that's happening on Main Street as well. And so that's,
We understand the rooftops will play an important role in commercial.
okay.
No, so it's, don't
That's fine.
sweat my question. I just wanted to ask that question.
Okay, I just-
About the choices, because they kept naming those 4 products. I'm like, it's still a single-family home. When I hear products, I hear a variety of homes. But that's all I was saying, so don't have a heart attack over there. I just want to bring it out.
All right, we're getting a little,
A little.
punchy here, ain't we?
A little late.
Okay, I think, did you have a question you want to do now, or wait?
My question's for a traffic
You want for
engineer.
Matt?
Yeah, so it's probably gonna come after that, because
Okay, let's do this, and then
You can do
we'll
that.
ask Matt. We'll quiz Matt a little bit. So I'm gonna ask for anyone that has any comments in favor to start with, that sign up on the sheet here to come forward. State your name and address, please. Anybody that's speaking in favor? Come up.
Margaret Watkins, 407 Belmullen Court. I believe overall that this is a pretty good plan. Except I did send him a few things a few minutes ago. They're adding a great deal of road improvements that you typically do not see for developments. They're adding in center lanes and turn lanes and things like that that you typically don't see. And the trails are well laid out. They have the roundabouts stuck in there. There's more open space than what I've seen here lately with developments. There's a few changes that I think needs to be worked on, but they're pretty thoughtful, and they'll tweak, small things later on and things like that. But I know somebody mentioned something about the safety aspect. I actually blew a tire one time pulling into a friend's driveway off Burlington Mills, so I think that's great what they're doing. That's pretty much it.
Thank you, Margaret. Appreciate that. Anyone else here to speak in favor? All right. I think, Steve, I'll call you up next.
Is he in favor or against?
Against, I would think, not in favor.
Steve Hill, 11220 Centaur Road. I want to give y'all a visual. Y'all said y'all are visual. It's 38 feet. I counted the ceiling tiles, wall to wall. We got lights smaller than this room. That wall is about 5 foot. That podium's about 5 foot. So you got a house from here all the way over to here. That's the house that you're talking about. 5 foot lot lines. One of the issues that I have is stormwater runoff. Roseville is nothing but rock. And the road that goes in between this that is here is Rocky Knoll Road. That's up in the center off of Burlington Mill Road, this one property. I think it's Miss Keith. We have a ton of rock. We have a ton of water. And this is not a flat site. What you're not seeing is a significant amount of retaining wall work and a significant amount of issues with capturing that water between those homes. You're not going to get good infiltration because they're going to have to strip all the topsoil. Probably won't stockpile it because there's probably not a lot there. And you're going to have some issues. So I don't know if any of you ever seen this right here from the city of Raleigh. Does anybody know what this is?
Water bill.
Looks like a water bill.
It's a stormwater runoff bill. And if you get a stormwater runoff, the reason Raleigh has that is because there's lots of overdevelopment. And they collect millions of dollars in stormwater runoff fees to correct too much runoff that wasn't properly developed years ago. So if you develop this, in my opinion, they all give their credentials. I was a landscape contractor, excuse me, for many years. And I saw lots of homes that are tight together. 401 I'm not familiar with. I am familiar with Bedford. Bedford's on a nice piece of dirt. It's not on this tall elevation change full of rocks that has a creek. So does anybody know what Wake Forest just initiated? An $80,000 water study of Tom's Creek to see what the water quality. Are we going to make this better? Are we going to make this worse by doing this development? So I'd like to share some photos of a couple of 5-foot lot line homes and what the neighborhoods look like. These are some photos I took. What happens in a few years is you put the trees there. And how long are these products going to live here? 100 years? 80 years? Fair? So it's all good when these trees are 2 inches, but when they get some size, you can't control, the grass doesn't grow under trees. So these small, tiny lots become very difficult to manage stormwater runoff. Yep, they got retention ponds and whatnot, but we got lots of changes. If you've got bigger lots, you're going to have more chance for infiltration. The water's going to get in the ground. If you leave these tiny lots, which they've told the truth about lots of stuff, it's going to improve some traffic stuff that's better than it is, it's going to have some amenities, but you're going to end up potentially impacting all of Tom's Creek and what goes into the Neuse River. These lots are just too small. It's a cluster development. If they stretched out and put the bigger lots, I'd be okay with it. But I think y'all are making a mistake. They've told the truth. They haven't told the truth and the whole truth because they haven't told you about these 5-foot lot lines. And the 5-foot lot line, also there's 6-inch eaves. That means you get 9 foot of sunlight. That's 4.5 of these pieces. That's all that's up there. So the grass is not going to grow between these homes. They're tiny lots with that little bit of space between them. You can't keep the grade in, you can't move the water. I just think this is the wrong product on this spot. Too small a lot. I think they'll do a good job at making them nice homes, but it's the wrong product. Thank you.
Steve. All right.
Y'all can keep that.
Thanks, Steve. Kelly Jennings. Hello?
Good evening. I'm Kelly Jennings. I'm at 3901 Burlington Mills Road, the intersection of Burlington Mills and Forestville on the northeast quadrant. We also own Harvest Moon, so that is both where I live and work. First off, I would really like to commend you guys. I appreciate the work that you did on amending the text, the LDO for both notification distance, setback requirements, minimum lot size. In particular for me, I think it's a win for our community that that you voted to notify property owners who stand to be affected by off-site work improvements. If that had been in place prior to this, I would have maybe been at least prepared for potential impact, as early as 2021, as opposed to the December 6th town board meeting when I think I addressed you guys first. But I do appreciate that, and I think that makes a nice statement. It encourages both. It shows a positive step in encouraging our community involvement and engagement in this process. And I'm guilty of saying, were it not for being directly affected, I probably wouldn't have engaged in the process or learned everything that I have been, unfortunately, forced to learn, considering the potential impact that will, stands to affect our property. But as I said, you may recall, my speaking at the December 6th meeting, having just learned about the proposed rezoning and development. At that time, I did express the concerns that I do continue to share with, my neighbors regarding the density of the project. But obviously, for me and my family, the most pressing and personal concern that we have is the impact that the required road work will have on our home, property, and the business that I've operated in that spot for the past 20 years. I've attended and spoke at all the planning board meetings relative to this case, but just to recap, my concerns have been, some of them anyway. First and foremost, safe access to our home and business. The duration and timing of the project. I know, in retail business, a project like this occurring at fourth quarter could mean everything, or, could be detrimental to us long-term. Customer parking, loss of revenue, stormwater management, which I learned was a very, very big concern when the project, with the building of the Rollsville Middle School back in 2011, the issues that we continue to deal with stormwater, with runoff, with continual, need to grade and repair. If you've ridden by, you've probably seen the piles of gravel on the side of the house. It's not for sale, all the customers coming in, but it's to maintain our drive. We contend with that. The barricades and the barrels just during the process give the appearance of us being closed. It created a situation where I had to invest money, signage, marketing, everything to try and draw what had been, a pretty good flow of customers into my business that said, well, I thought you were closed. I couldn't figure out how to get in. I didn't know, so that those are things that obviously concern me during the project. And then, of course, there was significant loss of revenue during that. I have met with Jacob and Drew, and they've acknowledged my concerns, and Jacob stated he's committed to off-site improvements to mitigate the negative impacts of this project. I really appreciate that. And I do believe that these guys, that they want to do good. I believe if there's anybody capable of developing this into a nice community-minded project or product, it's them, no doubt. But they, there was mention of financial investments. They did present us with a purchase proposal for landscape and grading easement 3 days prior to the last planning board meeting, but no agreement has been signed to date. It seemed premature to me to commit to any agreement based on a concept plan or speculation, or without time for due diligence or legal consult regarding what my legal rights and potential, compensation may be for that process. Jacob actually just stated tonight a $50,000 possible investment improvements, but without engineered plans, how do we know what it's actually going to cost to do those necessary improvements? And it doesn't address the possible compensable impacts beyond that. Again, with the project that I feel like we really just recovered from 2011, I feel like there are unforeseen things that you don't know to fight for or to ask for or to bring up. And, it was, recorded, I noticed in the meetings from the last planning board meeting, that I was listed as speaking in favor of the rezoning and development proposal, but that in itself is not entirely accurate. My intent was not to speak in favor of or in opposition to, but just needing to be heard and to voice the concerns that I have with the scope of this project and how especially that it impacts us personally. I did want to express, and I do want to express tonight, my willingness to work with the applicants to reach, mutually agreeable plans or solutions as it relates to our interest in this project. I don't know if it is a hard line that's drawn that says you either speak in favor of or in opposition to, and neither of those are the truth. It'd be illogical for me to stand before you at any point and say, I'm in favor of this. I'd much rather none of it be going on, but that's not fair, and we're blessed to live in a community that's growing. There are a lot of places in the nation that aren't, and so, while we're trying to, maintain a business, customers are a good thing. Community growth is a good thing. But this is not a process I really wanted to be involved in, but I felt like I needed to express what my concerns are and to be heard, but never in an attempt to, to suggest that I want you to approve or deny anything. That's, your due diligence as elected officials is to do the job of, the community growth. I will handle whatever's thrown my way, but these are the things that I feel like we need some protection for, or we need to be, given consideration of. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. And thank you for the small business proclamation. That is amazing. So we appreciate your support, both from the community and otherwise, but thank you for hearing me again.
Thank you, Kelly. Appreciate it. Okay, George Lambie. The big guy.
The height.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. My name's George Lambie. I live at 11316 Centaur Road, and as you can probably tell, I'm not from around here, but I've been here for 20 years, so I qualify for being a Southerner, which is why I sound just like y'all. I have a couple of points. My wife and I, we own a horse farm at the end of Centaur. We're very fortunate, and we have an equestrian centre, and we also own a mortgage business. And so we are not unfamiliar with real estate, with development, and with the success of growth. So all in all, we are in favour of development. We are in favour of this property being developed, because clearly somebody's going to develop it at some time. Our issue is with the density. Our issue is with this this almost like smoke and mirrors thing that's going on with the 2.7 units per acre. Look at that. And what I see is 3 big splotches of development, and then a whole bunch of stuff around about it, perhaps retention ponds, perhaps swampy areas, but I see these yellow bits of massive density. I've traveled through holding farms, and I've looked at these tiny, tiny little lots with no runoff area around them. All you've got is you've got a house and you've got driveway, and that's it. To me, the issue is going to be the runoff, and that is what concerns me. Now, this brings me on to my second point, which is it's pretty clear that it concerns you as commissioners also, which is why you have followed a trend and increased your lot size. You've moved from 5,000 square feet up to not only what the planning board asked you to, you went further. You increased the lot size, the minimum lot size, to a level where it's more reasonable. A level where not one of these lots would be built today, not one of them. Because you've gone to a level where you feel that lot size is important, and probably it's because of the runoff issues that you are worried about. We as people in the neighbourhood are also worried about it. And I have to ask you whether you want your legacy as a commissioner here to be, oh, you're the guy that voted in that subdivision that is a spot zoning example, and was the last thing that snuck in under the door before we shut the door on these 5,000 square foot lots. Do you want to be the person that people remember as doing that? Because that is what I think it's going to be. It's going to be the one subdivision that people look at and say, whoa, that is why we changed the lot size, because of the runoff issues that particular development has got. So I would urge you to not approve the development with this density, this lot size, and to instead try and persuade the developer to come back with an alternative plan with something a little more less dense. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Appreciate that. And then Kate DeGray? DeGree. Where are you? Can you come up? Yeah, just come up, state your name and address.
I fell a couple weeks ago in mud and I'm having trouble walking.
You need a handheld.
Just let her stand at her chair then.
That's okay. He said, come up. And I can do that. I just gotta move slowly. My name's Kate DeGree. I live at 3929 Burlington Mill with my husband Hank. Most of my questions have been answered by much more qualified, experienced individuals in this type of a situation. I think as a grandmother, the only thing I can think of is how some communities closer to Wake Forest have kind of mushroomed with similar developments of really small lots. And I wonder about the number of automobiles, but I also thought about children and how many children will be going to school and who's going to help pay for these additional needs of a school area. You know, what Roseville is growing, it has a beautiful high school. The middle school, the elementary schools, are they going to be needing an increase, and who's going to help pay for that? Is that part of the developer's responsibility to contribute to that sort of thing? I'm not sure. It's my first time with such a large piece of property this close to where I live. I am concerned about runoff affecting my property with the widening of the road, things of that sort. Now they're saying they're going to help as far as the driveway, et cetera, somewhere down the line. I can only wait and see how that happens. As I say, this is my first experience with something, but I do think most of my questions were definitely answered by much more experienced voices of wisdom. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. David, you was signed up here. You got comments you want to make, anything?
I signed up just so I'd be on the record.
Okay. Thank you.
Although, again, available to respond.
All right. Been a long night. We're getting down close to the end. We got one other sign up here, and it's our buddy Matt. Come on up, Matt, and state your name, address for the record.
My name is Matt Peach. I'm with Stantec Consulting Services at 801 Jones Franklin Road in Raleigh. Didn't have anything prepared, Mr. Mayor, just happy to answer any questions y'all may have. Wanted to put my name on the record just in case there were. I believe Commissioner Sutton already has one.
Yeah,
there's probably some others, so happy to answer whatever y'all have.
Hey,
Just a
Matt.
little additional introduction so everybody know, maybe everybody in the room don't know. Matt is our town engineer when it comes to traffic. So.
So I have a question about, of course, the traffic. It seems to be, now I'm gonna blame DOT on the record, because they build roads or they build highways and they don't give you all the accessories that you need for safety, right? They put it on the municipality and others. It seems that the turn lane is supposed to be the magic bullet to make things all better and all great. So I don't know if you're familiar with Heritage, right down the road, down Rogers Road. If you've ever been to that Starbucks, I'm just using them as an example. You ever been to that Starbucks by chance?
I don't believe so.
So there's a Starbucks, some of you may be familiar with it, on Rogers Road, and it's on the right side of the road, and Wake Forest has built a lot of retail around there. And the Starbucks is on the right. Of course, I live in Roseville, so if I want to go to that Starbucks, I have to strategically plan, because if I go in that Starbucks, I cannot get back out to turn left to come back to Roseville. I probably can after about 15 or 20 minutes. So I strategically plan anything I need on the left, I go there first, and I make that the last stop, and then I can turn right and go down Main Street and come back around. The reason I'm bringing that up is because we always get the proposal of a center turn lane. But if you can't get in that center turn lane, guess what? You're not going anywhere. So I'm trying to understand from an engineering perspective, your perspective, why is that considered this magic bullet to relieve or ease traffic? Because it doesn't seem to do that.
Yeah, I wouldn't characterize it as a magic bullet. You know, we try to treat each location specifically, and the turn lanes at the driveways are a very common recommendation that we make. The center turn lane that you heard described earlier, and the length of it, right, specifically between access C and access D. When you put in a turn lane, when you have a 2-lane road and you want to put in a left turn lane, you've got to flare the road out, right, to make room. And then once you get past where that turn lane is, you got to bring the road back. So you kind of widen out, then you bring it back. In certain cases, it's better to just widen out and keep it going, right? Because what you really don't want along a road is to widen out, bring it back in, widen out, bring it back in, and vice versa, right? It's just not good for the drivers to kind of constantly cause them to do that. So in this case, the applicant has done that. They're building a rather long center turn lane along Burlington Mills Road. They're committing to that. That is to help their traffic, but also to help the neighbors' traffic. And turn lanes do help traffic in the fact that if you don't have the turn lane and you want to turn left into Pierce Farm, what you end up doing is you end up stopping in the road and you back up all the traffic behind you. If you got that turn lane in there, the idea is you get them into their own space and all the traffic behind you just keeps moving, right? So we can clear the traffic out a little bit quicker. And that does help people turn out of driveways. But no, it's certainly not a magic bullet, like you said. In instances where the side streets are incurring a lot of delay, that's where we would start to look at things like traffic signals. And in this case, we didn't see that along Burlington Mills, but we did see that at Forestville Road. So that's why the driveway on Forestville Road, access A, we did recommend a traffic signal there.
Can I just say something to that?
Sure, go ahead.
But what I said earlier about, you said like 50 cars or
50
something?
feet
50
storage.
feet storage?
Yep.
But if that's already at 50 feet and other cars are coming, it's going to back the traffic up even further.
So yeah, so when we talk about turn lane design, when we say 50 feet, we mean 50 feet of full width storage. There's also space in there for deceleration. That's another 50 feet. And then you have the taper length, right? So the turn lane that you'll experience, that you'll see, is a lot longer than simply just 50 feet. What we do to size the turn lane is we try to take a look at how much traffic we think is going to make that left turn. And in this case, because there are a number of driveways along Burlington Mills Road, that traffic is spaced out along those 3 driveways. So we didn't see much more than 50 feet being needed.
So the neighborhood is how many homes again?
560.
5 something? Okay.
560,
Then
plus or minus.
what was that page where it showed the morning traffic and?
That was back during Meredith's presentation. I can give you the numbers here. It's important to note that we based the traffic study off of a substantially higher number of units than what the development's currently proposing. We studied, let me tell you correctly, I believe it was 606 units. And if I looked at the most recent site plan correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's 551 being proposed right now. 560, roughly a 9% reduction.
That's based on 1 car per house, a little more?
I'm referring to unit count, not the actual traffic
Right.
numbers. Yeah.
But don't you also do that by cars as well? Like how many cars per unit?
Yep.
So is it 1 or 1.5? What is that?
It depends on what time frame you're looking at. So really, a really good rule of thumb for a single-family home, you're talking 10 trips per day. A trip is whether you leave your house, go to the grocery store, or you leave the house, go to school. That's 1 trip, right? When you come back from work or you come back from the grocery store, that's 1 trip back. So 5 out, 5 back for 1 single-family home is generally a good estimation. And that's over a 24-hour period.
Okay. Any other questions for Matt? No? Thank you, Matt.
No, thank you.
Appreciate that. Well, that's wrapping up the public hearing. Any final rebuttal comments, anything from the applicant?
Sure. I'll try to keep this brief, not to be too contrarian, but just I did want to speak to one of the concerns specifically that multiple people brought up related to stormwater runoff, and I think that's kind of a natural reaction when you think about smaller lots. But stormwater runoff is really about the design, the impervious, our stormwater management devices. We have stormwater management plans that have to be submitted that are reviewed by your staff in order to determine the amount of pre-existing runoff versus post-development runoff, and those stormwater devices are sized to make sure that that additional development, that additional impervious, is not creating additional, negative impacts on the development. But smaller lots themselves don't really create more runoff concerns than your larger lots because you're able to more control the grading and the drainage. So you'll have those kind of drainage inlets between your lots, navigating those to a drainage inlet that typically runs behind the houses back to your actual stormwater detention devices, your stormwater ponds, whether they're wet or otherwise. Another point I want to make is when you have those smaller lots, that's why you end up with 40% of the site plus as just natural open space. So when you're thinking about infiltration and natural areas, having 40% plus of percentage of the site as natural areas or open spaces has a lot of positive impacts for stormwater runoff compared to it being all just, think of typical county subdivisions where the entire area is just lotted out along your roads and you don't have those communal open spaces. You don't have a lot of that natural preserved areas. It's just kind of what's within the yard, which really has much less control from a community standpoint than when you have some of these preserved open spaces dictated by your plan and community open spaces in your in terms of your parks and other areas. So I did just want to speak to that. I do think the concern about, sure, if you have a really narrow setback, can you sometimes have a harder time with your grass? Yes. But can it be done? Yes. You can go out and see it. But from a stormwater standpoint, I don't see that concern.
Thank you.
Give me one other thing I'd like to add as well. There's some municipalities that have limitations on mass grading. And one jurisdiction we were processing a plan through recently, if you're 60 foot or larger on lot, you're not supposed to mass grade. Well, it was interesting because one of the board members actually lives in a community on a 70-foot lot. They didn't mass grade around there. He has huge runoff issues. And so when it came time to vote, they actually were in favor of a mass grading exemption for the community for that very reason. We could direct the stormwater, we could control it, we could get it into devices instead of having individual lot grading or save areas that ended up then being uncontrolled gathering spaces for water. So there are definitely benefits to mass grading, even smaller lots, and controlling the stormwater because you can get it into the devices, which, as David said, will be appropriately sized based on the impervious. So, thank you.
I have a question about the condition. One of the conditions, because I couldn't find it in the literature. Maybe you all somebody can point it out to me. Where's the condition about the interior road within the proposed subdivision? I think it's at Main Road and its development time frame. I don't see that. I've searched for it. Someone said it was a part of a condition. I can't find it.
Did they say within the first 100?
Yeah, I don't see it.
Ms. Sutton, I don't believe I know that it's in there either.
Yeah, I couldn't find it.
I believe it was associated with the site driveways that we anticipate to be in early. If there's a condition that we need to make to make that road a priority, which I think would be a great traffic benefit, we're happy to do so.
Didn't I ask that question earlier about the interior road?
Yes.
And someone said something about 100 units being built out or something.
That's all of the traffic improvements for the off-sites. This is an on-site road that we added that's creating better traffic solutions. I think the intent is both of those driveways have to be put in early. and now they connect. And so they would automatically be, that road would be put in, if we need to make that more clear.
Yeah, I think it needs to be specifically called out. You can't find it, I can't find it, attorney can't find it.
Yeah,
So
I
it
think-
needs to be clear.
I think the answer that was given earlier was they can't build houses without having the road.
That's not what it sounded like he's saying, though.
I think there's some unclarity there, so we're willing to make that commitment with the commitment to the pool and obviously the amenity open space. That would be something with a master plan of this size you have to do, but to make that commitment's an easy.
I have a question. Steve, there was a question that one of the planning board members had. Was it about that road?
One of the things that we missed early on is the greenway. And Derek on the planning board said that the greenway comes from Centaur here, and they were going to bring it up to this feeder road at Access C or whatever it is.
Access C.
And the condition was that Derek said he wanted it to go straight across instead of forcing people to have to go across this person's
Right.
front of their house or there along the road instead
Okay.
of here. And that's not in this concept plan, but it was part of what they committed to.
Correct.
That
At Parks and Rec this past week, I think, so the intent is to have a connection to Centaur, that sort of north-south connection. I think if we were to vote tonight, I think the vote would have to make a motion to accept the requested approved changes that Parks and Rec required, which were, that was a part of this.
So is that satisfying what the planning board was speaking about at the planning board meeting?
It does not. What Derek wanted, it does not.
That's what I'm
No,
wondering.
so they're asking for the Greenway to essentially go down the now Spine Road. So go to, I'm sorry, to come around the southern side of this pond and connect through here. We will end up having 8-foot multi-purpose paths on all of these roads here, because that's how we design our communities now. For us to bring the Greenway through here, according to the Parks and Rec meeting, and connect to Centaur to go north and make it 10 feet is a pretty minimal request. That was a requirement at the Parks and Rec meeting per their approval. So what we're saying is we're willing to take those motions on as a requirement.
Wait a second, but you had a request from planning as well.
No, that request just came last week from, I think the question here, there was some conversation about this, but it was more about a crossing there at Centaur, if you remember, Steve.
No, it was about going up there and have it connect direct, because Derek did not want it to come across in front of the 5-acre lot with the house there.
Right.
And because it wasn't a direct connection. It did not follow the thoroughfare.
And I believe you all said yes to that.
Yes, and we said last week, yes, at the, Mr. Paul was at the Parks and Rec meeting. It's a simple request that we can accept per the motion at the Parks and Rec.
At Parks and Rec, but I'm still talking about planning because I really feel like planning has a lot to do with this as well.
Did planning ask for something different?
They
Or is it
did.
the same thing?
It was a little bit, the design that he described for Parks and Rec, which when they requested that, you all probably should have explained that someone from the planning department made a different request and figured it out then versus taking Parks and Rec over planning.
Was it different, Paul, or was it the same?
I don't know what the
No, it's not
You
different.
got to do it on one side or the other, so you know.
Right, that's what I'm
not
saying.
sure if
I think
it's
we'll have it on both essentially, because there will be a park there, so you need a greenway to both.
Correct.
I think what I'm trying to say is we're willing to do that on both, actually. I think the issue is we had, so we've made more changes to enhance our commitment to Parks and Rec. That meeting was last week. They approved it unanimously. And now we're here tonight. So we're willing to accept those changes and make those adjustments.
So I'm getting confused because when a presentation is done to this board, to me, everything needs to be included. And if it's not included, that to me causes me to want to continue the hearing. Because I need to see everything. When I'm hearing conversations, inside conversations that say, yes, we'll do that, oh, and that too, and no, we need to adjust that condition. So I would want to continue it for that reason. And the storm water runoff and the closeness of the homes, the issue that came up, and I think David came up and said, you know, it can be done and grass can grow. I do recommend that this board go and look at some of these developments that have been pointed out so we can see things that are 15 years post to see what they look like for ourselves.
I definitely agree with the continuation.
And I just say that because he was so adamant, and there was some agreement amongst the planning board. So everything that Commissioner Sutton said and everything that the planning board was saying, I just feel like we all left the planning board meeting under the assumption that you all said that can be done. But then a couple of days later, you went to Parks and Rec, and they said, let's do this, and there was no discussion about what planning said. So then when you come here and you don't say that, until just now, planning wants one, Parks and Rec wants the other, we have to have a really good meeting of the mind
I
on
think
that.
Planning Board and I think Parks and Rec want the same thing. I think what we're saying is, we were waiting for the Parks and Rec meeting to confirm what they really do want.
But it wasn't the same thing, though.
It is the exact same thing.
Can I make a motion?
It's not the same thing.
Can I make a motion?
It's not, that's not what we wanted. We wanted it to go along the feeder road. This was the condition, that it come around this pond, and that it come up here, and it goes straight across, instead of coming up here,
And-
coming across.
And that what was approved last week at Parks and Rec. That was
That's
what we
not
were,
what's shown on this plan. It is not shown on this plan, and it's not in this condition.
because this was sent the day of.
I thought that was supposed to be included in the plan, in the
All right.
packet that you guys prepared by the
Let's,
staff.
Can I make a motion?
Yeah.
Oh,
now let's-
sorry.
let's get everybody back
I think
seated.
we're all,
Madam Commissioner?
Okay, I think I'm gonna give one final shot to Meredith. Where is Meredith at? Any closing comments, Meredith?
Your attorney has something to
I
say.
feel like we have all the information.
Sorry, I had to go back to where my water bottle was for a moment. So, to conclude, these are some options for motions, and in case you want to review what the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board said, these are the items
So
they
you had it
commented
in
on.
writing there.
But it
I
just
think
says,
that answers your question.
it just
about-
says green, I didn't have a question on the greenway. It just says,
I think we have a map of, but I think it needs to be cleaned up.
because
That's why we
it's
need to
just
continue
greenway
it, yeah.
connection to Burlington
Right,
Mills. I could
yeah.
go any direction.
Yeah, I think we need to make a motion on continuation.
Second.
What was the motion?
Motion to continue.
Well, I can make it formal, if you want me to make it
Yeah,
formal.
let's
Wait a
get
minute,
let's
she's
get
trying to
everything
say
wrapped up.
something.
Dave
We
has,
don't
and the
wanna do
attorney
it-
has something to say.
We don't want to do it right in the middle of
Attorney's
everything.
saying-
Let's let Meredith finish her comments.
I am good, thank you.
Thank you, Meredith. Appreciate that. All right.
The board has many options. If the general sentiment appears that the board is not ready to make the final vote on this case today, the two main ones that could be made would be to continue, which I've heard that word used, which would leave the public hearing open for continued hearing from the public at a future meeting. And the other would be to close the public hearing and postpone your vote, postpone rather than continue, to a future date. You have two choices. So the question is whether you would want to continue the public hearing and receive additional public comment at a future meeting.
I'd rather do the first one,
All right.
Do what?
because they may have something additional to share as well as the board.
I would say,
You mean the
To
second one?
postpone, no, not to close it, but to postpone it.
Yeah. in case
Well,
something
The
changes.
applicant is not part of the public. The public is the 3-minute comment section.
Is the public to speak.
yeah. So let's.
I'm always
let's-
about leaving it
Let's
open
do
for
this.
public
Let's make
comment.
sure we know what conditions we want to make sure we address before it brings it back
We
to
want
us.
public
I think I hear one, if I kept the recording right. One had to do with the, amenity. What house number you're gonna have the amenity?
Timing for the amenity area is one of the conditions.
That's one I heard. The build of the road, the internal road was one.
Timing for the spine road.
Yep. And then the fourth one was this confusion around the planning board and the rec board on what the route was for the additional greenway requests.
Update the concept plan to align with the agreements that were made at other meetings.
Right. So those are the three that I heard that we had concerns with. Did you got another one?
Yes, and the concerns also with the distances between the homes, meaning the lot sizes, because that's one of our main reasons for adjusting the LDO. And if we're gonna think futuristic down the road, then we can't build like this. So,
We can't
But we
do
have to
that
keep in
on
mind,
this
they
one.
came before that, though.
Yeah.
right, so
We
that
have to
means that there's a
honor-
third option then.
Yeah,
is
they came
that
before.
could just start
More
all over
fairness.
by denying and start back over with different lot sizes. So that could be a third option.
And I recommended going to see. The board needs to go see. I mean, the developer offered and shared with us about Bedford. That's a great neighborhood to go look at.
I would look at 5401.
And also,
And
you
541,
need
want
to
those
consider, this ain't the first one.
Yeah.
I don't know how many we've approved, but that's something you need to look at, how many you have already voted for.
Prior to the LDO updates.
Because clusters are still pretty new to Roseville and to this board.
Hmm?
Cluster development. It's still pretty new, so not to penalize them because they did everything they were supposed to do in terms of
Yeah,
developing
but I
their
think we was
plan.
doing 5,000 square foot lots before even the cluster. We was doing them on the UDO at one time. We've been doing them a long time.
I just don't understand.
I don't like
That's
UDO.
just me. All right, so we have our three.
I think that may be a bigger question. I don't know how you can't do anything on conditions, but did you have another condition, anything you're concerned with condition?
I was asking about the road,
Yeah, okay, so that was
Spine
covered.
Road, yeah.
Any
I
condition?
just feel like that question, when I asked it, I guess I just didn't ask it correctly because that's what I was referring to.
Which question?
About that interior road.
Oh.
Yeah. I think we got that covered.
Well, on that.
I just want any conditions that are being made, I want them in writing and clearly spelled out. I do not want a yes at a meeting. We have been there before. I'm not going there again. It needs to be clear, and it needs to be in writing.
Paul?
No, I'm good.
April?
Say something else, I apologize, but with
Oh, you close.
reference to the work at the intersection.
I can hear you, ma'am.
Yeah, you want to come up, Kelly. I mean, we've still got the public hearing open, so.
I feel artillery ears.
So much. Having heard tonight and that the road improvement at the intersection would begin, I think I heard him say on day one for Burlington Mills and Forestville Road. So it seems to me a mutually agreed upon contract between, with site engineered plans are going to be required, they're going to, for that to happen. So is there any kind of condition that can be set that says, this essentially can't start, if they're intending to start that road work on day one when this project is going to commence, then I would think that there has to be an agreement with us for what they're going to do there.
We'll find out. Thank you,
So,
Kelly.
thank you.
Appreciate that. So I guess, David, that's a question you can ponder on, can we get involved between two private property owners in an agreement?
We certainly cannot get involved in the private agreement between the parties. However, with regard to the case that's before you now, we only have the zoning case. So this is not the subdivision case, and it is not the technical review committee or the construction drawings or the engineering review that's going to happen by Wake County Stormwater. There are many other pieces. We're at the policy level to talk about the concept plan and the zoning for the future. But there will be plenty of additional details and options, and it could take a considerable amount of time. I'm sure the developer could speak to that better.
So it wouldn't be uncommon to wait on that particular.
I don't know that there would be a role for a local government as between those things. Obviously, if an agreement is needed between private parties and without that the project does not work, certainly we have seen projects be delayed when the parties could not reach agreement.
Well, we've also had instances where we've wanted to assure that those agreements are in place, even though we don't have any control over them. We've done that before. Am I mistaken?
If you are thinking of something that I'm not recalling, then perhaps your memory is better than mine.
Phone? You don't recall that?
a public-private partnership between the town and the
That's not what I'm talking
developer.
about. That's not what I'm talking about. Okay, never mind.
Well, I would
Okay.
say there was one on East Young Street
I
with
know
the
there was
family.
some agreement,
Yeah,
yeah.
there was one on East
But it
Young
wasn't
Street.
us
But it wasn't
involved in the
you.
agreement, but knowing that the agreement had been done,
And it was
if that makes sense.
the other Dave.
Okay.
Okay.
Other one.
All right. I think at this point in time, I will entertain a continuation of the public hearing.
I move to continue legislative hearing for MA 21-10 and ANX 22-07 to a future town board meeting.
Wait, are you continuing it or postponing it?
Continuing it.
We need to continue to a date. It'd be our regular meeting of June 6th, 2023.
All right. June 6th.
Second.
All right. So we've got a continuation to June 6th on the table and a second. Is there any other discussion?
Does that give an opportunity for the public to speak again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just wanted
And
to
it gives them an opportunity to
make
speak
sure.
as well,
Yeah, I
correct?
just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, public hearing staying open.
Okay.
And they get to speak as well.
Yeah.
Obviously, right.
If there's
Just making
anything
sure.
new, I mean, we're not going to hash out the old. Anything else, board?
No.
Any other discussion? Not all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. The motion passes that we will continue this to June 6th. Is that the date?
Yep.
Thank you. Seems like everybody's going to got to come back one more time. So with that, let's wrap up real quick with any communications from town attorney.
None for open session, sir.
Any communications from town manager?
I have none.
Communications from the board? Any communications from the board?
None from me.
No.
Communication from the board?
No, sir.
Everybody good?
Are we going to closed session?
I would need a motion for the closed session. Is written there if anybody want to read that.
You got it, Sheila?
I'll make a motion to consult with the attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege concerning the handling of settlement of a claim, judicial action, mediation, arbitration, or administrative procedure. Closed session per NCGS 143-318-11A3.
Got a motion for a closed session. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Paul said it. Paul said it first,
All
yeah.
second. All, any other discussion? Not all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, we're in closed session.
good.
Okay, we are back live here at Town Hall. Just come out of closed session with a meeting with the attorney, and I will have the attorney introduce this matter.
The first matter we have is good news that the town and the Rowell family have reached settlement on the taking of additional right-of-way along Rollsville Road, and that involves certain repairs to their property relating to their septic field, as well as a payment of $44,000. We believe we have that agreement almost in final form, but I would ask the board to authorize the settlement formally and direct the town attorney and the town manager to formalize that agreement in writing.
I move that the board approve settlement of Town of Roseville versus Rowell upon the terms shared by the town attorney, and the board directs the town attorney to finalize this settlement by a written agreement and authorize the town manager to execute the same in the name of the town.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Not all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Not hearing any, motion passed.
Mayor, at your place, there is a proposed draft resolution for the board to exercise its eminent domain authority with regard to 404 East Young Street. The town has not been able to reach an agreement despite a long time effort to do so with regard to the acquisition of this property to complete the town campus site. We believe that by starting the eminent domain process, we'll be able to motivate, hopefully, a speedy resolution to this, and if not, we'll be able to handle it through the appropriate authorities with the courts.
I move that the board adopt that certain resolution titled Resolution Authorizing Filing of a Condemnation Action for the Acquisition of Real Property, and ask the town clerk to place this resolution in proper form for execution by the mayor of Roseville.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any other discussion? Not all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Not hearing any, motion passed, unanimous. Madam Clerk. All right. It's been a long night. We've got a lot accomplished, I think. Got the budget approved. That's a big thing. Yeah. So we should be able to operate for another 12 months or
Another
so.
year.
So appreciate doing that. Good job. So we got something accomplished and got one additional public hearing behind us. So with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
All right. I think I heard a couple of seconds. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We adjourn. Thank you, board. Appreciate it. Good job.